Like I started off, family, it don't matter what your religion is, because it's not about that. We gotta come together no matter what. We gotta help each other no matter what. If we don't, then our whole civilization, all of our people of color, will be destroyed. And that will be the first time in history that it ever happened. As we're about to read in the story of Exodus, it starts talking about how the oppressor had made a plan to destroy all the men in Israel. But we already know that they got a plan out here to destroy all the men. The story in the book of Exodus is very much like the story of today's time that we're going through today.
This prophet didn't say, well, you got to go get me a certain type of food. He said, I'm not eating nothing in this place because y'all are idolatry.
You're on me, babe. Shabbat shalom.
You normally throw that beautiful song up there, so
Yeah, I'm sorry. I am.
my apologies.
I'm going to it right now. My apologies.
See, I know someone who's much higher. Oh yeah, I know someone who's much higher. Yeah, I know someone who's much higher. When I seen Rome prospering wherever they go, I envied the wicked so much that my feet were gone. But now I hold on to someone I know is strong. He my rock and fortress. I put my trust in Yahweh. Then you and me, that the whole world can see. Oh yeah, my King here, he protects us all, and he heard my call. No, yeah, Yahweh is higher. Is he Yah man to where he gotta lie? Is his ear heavy to where he will not hear? Is his arm shortened to where he cannot save? Cast your burdens down and give them to Yahweh. He much than you and me, that the whole world can see. Oh, Yahweh, he protect us all, and he heard my call. No, yeah, Yahweh, I used to worry about if my bills get paid. I used to worry about all of my enemies. I used to worry about if my friends would stay. But now I take my problems and give them to Yahweh. He much than you and me, that the whole world can see. No, my King is, he protects us all, and he heard my call. Yeah, Yahweh is I used to worry, but I don't no more. And I don't wanna think of it through. You know he pulled me through. And I don't worry about me. I put all my trust in Yahweh.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Shabbat Shalom, and welcome back. Welcome back to another beautiful week. The Most High has been merciful to us all, and we are here today to be able to stand before him and give him his praise. It's very important. It's very important that you acknowledge the Creator because he's giving you something that you didn't deserve. Most of us, we don't deserve, or none of us do we deserve all the goodness that the Most High gives and shares and places upon us. He gives us those things out of his mercy, out of his kindness. And one of those things that the Most High gives us out of his mercy and kindness is a thing of a form of freedom, the ability to live, to think, and to do as you see fit in this lifetime, pretty much with yourself. Now, we're not free to the full extent of the word freedom, but we're free to a point of what it is that I'm about to show you in existence, and how they are no longer free, but we have an extent of freedom given to us in this lifetime where we're able to move and function and operate as we see fit according to our own standards in many cases. So please, family, watch with me as I share this video that I wanted to just present to the family at the opening of our class, because it's going to set the tone for a lot of the things that we're going to discuss today. All right, let's go. 1 second, please. Let me know if you can hear the video once it starts to play.
Team.
I know it's not, I don't know why though.
Person or invest into concern. I see a teen boy on the street, am I going to fear that person or invest into concern for their well-being?
As we become more aware of more reports of missing children, a disproportionate high number of cases involve Black and brown people. According to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, since May 18th, 77 children were reported missing in Virginia, and 45 of those were Black. That's roughly 6 in 10 cases. Experts say this kind of disproportionality needs context, and that children can go missing for many different reasons, like family conflict or staying with another family member without permission.
Kids that are just, frustrated, they feel unheard, unwelcome sometimes in their home environment, and feel a sense of comfort and community in a different environment.
LaShonda Carson is the program director at Samaritan House. She says some children could also go missing due to more serious circumstances, including being lured away from home or family financial instability. In Virginia, state law requires missing children reports to be entered into state and national databases within 2 hours, helping cases spread quickly across law enforcement agencies. She says it's important to understand the complexity behind these cases, especially when it comes down to how communities respond to missing children of color.
There's oftentimes a response of fear versus concern when there's a single or group of youth, particularly minority ones, and that garnishes a complete different response. I see
Now, I pulled that up intentionally. That wasn't a mistake. I pulled that up intentionally because I wanted to share something with the family that in my opinion, something that we are sleeping on, something that we don't really hold to its full value or give it the respect or the attention that it deserves. And that particular thing that it is I'm speaking of is the opportunity for our children to go missing. A lot of us, I spoke a couple weeks ago in class, and I spoke about how a lot of times we try to become the friends of our children, and we let our children go places and do things that we don't want to impede their growth, and we still want them to have friends and socialize with others and get social skills. Therefore, we allow our children to do certain things and go certain places, and we don't really give it the consideration that we should when allowing this to take place. We take our children and because we don't want to interfere with their development, we let them spend the night over their friends' houses, go out to places with their friends, and we try not to be too too demanding on their life and their time. We try to give them some space so that they can grow and they can develop. But statistically, a lot of these opportunities of giving your child the freedom and the space to go places and do things, and I'm not saying that you should keep your children locked down. It's not what I'm saying to you. What I'm saying to you is that you have to be more mindful of the real dangers that's out here in this world, because they're there. And if we are not cautious about the real dangers in this wicked world that we live in, we could be one of those people who have our children on the front of a milk carton because we're hurting inside because of the absence of our child. These are things that we take for granted. We don't really give it a big thing because it hasn't happened to us. But it could happen to us. I pray that it never happens to anyone within the sound of my listening, within my voice. I pray that it never happens to any of us. But the reality is, because it's happening so rapidly right now, chances are that it could happen to us. I did a little research on this, and this is what I came up with. I asked a question into the internet, and that question was, how many children are currently missing in the USA? Just in the United States of America, how many children are currently missing? And I was astonished by the results that the computer gave. Now, if these statistics are real, which I happen to believe they are, how much of this could have been avoided by us as parents having a tighter grip on our children and not allowing them to roam the streets and run the places and do things and a whole lot of just for the sake of fun? And then how many of these parents who are suffering the loss of their children wish they had did something quite different on the day that their child disappeared? And how many children have fallen victim to this society that we live in today that do not mean them any good, but only harm continuously? I don't think we give enough attention to the amount of children who are missing every day. I think it was just last month, 22 children went missing in Virginia. I believe it was just last month. So let's talk about this, because when I found out how many was missing in the United States every year, it was unbelievable. And then they broke it down to every day. So you watch this, because statistically, your child could be one of these children that end up missing. Listen carefully, please. It is estimated that 2,300 children are missing every day in the United States. 2,300 children every day are missing in the United States. And they said something about every 6 out of 10 are people of color, children of color. Now they give a disproportion, they give a rate of something like, some of them, 1% of them might run away because they feel like they're not being heard in their homes, or for an opportunity to go out and splurge and do things, and they just go on for a second and they come back. But an overwhelming majority of them are missing from the homes, and nobody knows where they are. Nobody knows if they will ever see them again. Many of them are dead. Many of them will never return back home again. The whole purpose of this portion, this dissertation that we're presenting right now, is so it will help to stimulate something in your mind to the realities of this world. Because when you're in a situation for such an extended amount of time, you happen to get comfortable in that situation, and you happen to grow accustomed to the situations or the circumstances in that situation, whereas things don't alarm you anymore. Like, for example, Man got pulled over by the police the other day. Police shot him. Police killed him. Well, we're so accustomed to hearing that it's not as alarming as it was the first time that we heard it. Well, let me tell you something. This has been going on ever since the early 1900s, where the police officers have been pulling over black people and the black people end up dead. This has been going on for a very long time. But we have gotten accustomed to hearing the news of this where it doesn't startle us anymore. It doesn't amaze us anymore. It's not a new thing to us anymore. We're accustomed to hearing this news or this type of news of abuse coming from the authorities or anything in that area. We're accustomed to it now. It's almost as if it's expected, but we accept it. And we will continue to accept it until it happens to us. And we are a part of that statistic. Now, here we are dealing with the reality of our children having an opportunity to be missing. There are many of us who allow our girls, our young boys, to travel the world, go different places, to just go wherever they choose, and they ain't but 14 and 15 years old, where they really have no sense of right and wrong, to the degree where they could lose their life or be kidnapped. So while I was doing this research on this information that I read about, I had spoken to my daughter, and Naya, which is Naya, about 21, 22 years old now. And she told me something on the phone that I wasn't aware of. She told me that, she says, "Oh, Abba, I'm going to be in a movie." I said, "A movie? Yeah, well, first time I'm hearing of this." "What do you mean you're going to be in a movie?" Now, Anaya doesn't live with me. Anaya's out on her own. She's 21, 22 years old, very beautiful young lady. She says, "I'm going to be in a movie." And so I asked her all the things about the movie and what was her part. And then something hit me. I said, "Anaya, how did you find out about this opportunity to be in a movie?" She said, "TikTok." I said, "What do you mean TikTok?" She said, "Yeah, they were advertising it on TikTok." And I said, "And you went in and you researched and you made the phone calls and then you trusted these people with your life?" She says, "Yeah." I said, "Do you know that that's a possibility that you would have never returned home to us again?" First thing she said to me was, "The Creator got me." The Creator got me. That don't mean that we are allowed to do stupid things because the Creator got us. That don't mean we have to tempt the Most High because the Creator got us. Be careful who you trust. That's the name of this lesson. Now, I said, "Well, Anaya, what happened and where did you go? Where did you shoot the movie?" "I was in Atlanta." She lives in Philadelphia. They paid for her to get a ticket to come from Philadelphia to Atlanta. They put her in a hotel. They gave her an escort around the city, whoever drove her around. They did a good job at what they did. I thank the Creator for it. Well, what would have happened to Anaya and many other young women if this was just a ploy to get them and she would have been a victim? We'd have probably never heard, and she didn't even tell anybody where she was going. Well, I know she didn't tell me. I know she didn't tell me. She caught a plane, traveled across the sea, 700 something miles, and landed in a city that she didn't know anything about, and trusted her life in the hands of these people that she didn't know. You see, this happens often. This isn't an isolated incident. This happened often. These people who study the art of kidnapping people, they know the little things to do to try to lure you in, to capture you, to captivate you. They know that a lot of people seek fortune and fame. So they'll dingle that in front of your face to give you the illusion that that's what's going to happen. But once you get away from your security, your home, your parents, your lifestyle that you've been living, once you get away from your security, they got you. And when they get you, nobody can help you because you voluntarily walk in that situation. That means you had your guards down. You might have been a little suspicious, but you had your guard down because you allowed your life to be given over into the hands of someone you did not know. Just thank the Creator that what she got involved in, these people was only up and up, or possibly they might have been preparing for something in the future. Who really knows? I have no idea. She said the movie's coming out. Well, when the movie come out, I want to be the one who see it. I want to go and I want to watch it. But the fact is, it could have been a phony cast. It could have been a phony everything. They could have picked her up from the airport and her parents never heard from her again. These things are reality. There are 2,300 children missing every day in the United States. Children can be missing for many reasons. There's a whole lot of reasons. And one of those reasons could be that they're really a victim of this world, the evils of this world. So what do you do to prevent this? You have better communications with your children. You stop trusting everyone with the safety and the security of your children. We do that quickly. We got a daughter, she's 15 years old. We let her go anywhere. Because you don't want to stop her from growing up. You know, you don't want to get in her way. We got a daughter that's 13 years old. We got to prepare her to be able to go out into the world. So we let her do sleepovers at this girl house, that girl house, her girlfriend's house. And who knows what will happen to our child while they're out. Let's say the parents let them go to the mall on that day, on a Yom Rishon, on a Sunday. We let them spend a night Saturday night. The parents let them go to the mall, the two girls and a guy, thinking that everything is okay, thinking that these children are going to return home. And guess what? We get a call later on that night. Hey, your daughter never came back to the house. She got separated from the other children and nobody heard of her. She saw a familiar face while she was at the mall and got sidetracked. Somebody she thought she knew, and they abducted her. And now we got to run around crazy and torturing ourselves mentally because we allowed her to go spend a night at somebody's house, not knowing what the possibilities are. We do this with our male children as well. We allow them to stay at people's houses because we want them the opportunity to grow up. Well, Prince, what do you do? I mean, how do you stop this child got to experience life? I pity any parent that feels that way. I do. I pity any parent that feels that way. What do? They have to experience life. So we have to expose them to opportunity of them coming up missing and being abducted, being molested, being hurt, being harmed. Now, I'm not overbearing with it. I just want you to be careful and be cautious in how you proceed with the life of your children, because you only get one opportunity for something devastating to happen in the life of your child. You get one opportunity. And when that thing devastating happens within the life of your child, you and your child could be separated throughout the rest of your lives. Meaning that, let's say your child was touched by some wicked person. That child would never be the same again. Even if he survived or she survived, they will never be the same again. Let's say your child was abducted and got away some kind of way. Your child will never be the same again. If your child did not get away and this abductor had their way with your child, and your child has to suffer the torment and the suffering and the pain of that reality of this new world that they find themselves in, your child will never be the same again. Creator forbid, but your child loses his or her life out there in that world of abduction, kidnapping. Wickedness is all around us. We have to stay woke to the reality that wickedness is everywhere. Sometimes you can't even trust the members of your own family, some of your friends of the family. I seen one story where this young man was a friend of the family, and they thought he was cool. So they would let their children go with him quite often. And one day they let him go. They never returned. Never returned because they trusted this young man who was a friend of the family. Well, this young man fell on hard times. He found a way to make some money, and he came up off of your children, and you never get to see them again. It's hard. It's hard. I got a wife. She has my daughter. When she was a little younger, she was in a special school far away from us because she was blessed. The Creator blessed her. So she's a little intelligent. So she went to this school. Now, the school was a half-hour ride from the house to the subway, but it was an hour to go take her to school. Her mother did it every day, took her to school, drove her all the way to school, and then picked her up every day from school. And then when my daughter got a little bit older, she allowed her to catch the subway, and she would meet her at the subway stop. And I understand that. I don't have a problem with that because I see the reality of this world. People are wicked. People seek to harm and to destroy the innocent. They want to hurt the innocent, no matter what age you are. And I would like to say no matter what color, but it seems like it's drastically happening to our children more so than the other children of other nationalities or ethnicities. And a lot of us adults, we're asleep on this issue because it hasn't happened to us, neither has it happened to our neighbor right next door. So therefore, we feel like, hey, I got to let my child do this. Man, I'm in my house and I live in a country and I want all my doors locked. You know why? Because I heard of a story one time the parents put their children, this was some years ago, put their child in the bed, in his room, in his bed, woke up the next morning, he wasn't there. What happened to that child? Somebody came in the window that night because they was asleep with the windows open. Somebody came in the window, abducted their child, and they never seen their child again. That's how wicked this world is. Wickedness is all around us. Now, I'm not saying this to scare you. I'm saying this to alarm you, to put you in position so that you will be more mindful of the actions of your children, where you let them go, who you having them with, who they're around, who's the company they keep. And the sad thing is that a lot of predators, people who take children, especially beautiful young girls and good-looking young dudes, who take these children and make them become prostitutes in that industry in other countries. A lot of times what they do is they lure them in with somebody close to their age. They become their friends. And you get to trust the person because she's always talking to her. So she's been talking to her for about 6 months. They've been friends for about 6 months. That same person been befriending 6 and 7 other girls and 15 other girls. But her whole agenda is she's getting paid to befriend these people so she can lure them away from the parents, the safety and the security, because you start to trust this person knowing nothing about the girl, knowing nothing about the guy, don't know who they are, where they're from. All you know is they've been around talking to your child for a good 6 months to a year, so they got to be cool. No, they don't. And you don't question your children because you don't want to be questioning them all the time. Who's that voice I keep hearing on the phone? Who's that you talking to? What's their name? Who's their parents? Where they live? Let me go sit and talk with them. Let me give them a call. You don't do that. Therefore, your child feels comfortable with this individual. So when this individual says, hey, let's cut school today and let's go downtown, do some shopping. I got some money from my mom. My mom and my dad gave me some money. So let's go shop. And your child is already with it because your child thinks that person is their friend. And that person is only seeking to destroy your child and takes your child on a venture that your child will not return from the same way they were when they left. If they return. What country has the highest missing person rate? The United States has what may be the world's highest number of missing persons. According to the National Crime Informational Center, NCIC, missing persons and unidentified persons files for the year 2021 operational year was 521,705 people were reported missing in 2021. How many? 521,705 people was missing in the United States in the year 2021. How many of those people do you think was recovered? How many of those people do you think was put to death or murdered? How many of those people do you think are being sex trafficked across the United States and other countries? How many of those people do you think fell victim to this wicked world? Now, here's a question for you. How many of those people could have been avoided from being on that missing person list? From a simple precautionary step of us watching our actions and how we deal and relate with the lives of our children. How many of us could have done that and avoided the absence and losing of our children? See, what happens is we don't think it's going to happen to us. We don't think it's true, so you leave your doors unlocked. You leave your cars unlocked. You let your children go places where your children shouldn't be because you want to say that it's okay, and I don't want to stop them from growing up. I don't want to stop them from experiencing life. So you allow them to do things of this nature. And with people that you have grown accustomed to, you allow them to have that mobility in life and move around and get comfortable with complete strangers. Because you say, like my daughter said, oh, the Creator got me. And some of you don't even say that. Now, don't call me over protective, because that ain't what this is about. This is that I realize the realities of this world that we're living in. These people are wicked, and we grow accustomed to the safety and security that we have been provided for by the Most High. We grow accustomed to it and think that that applies to every situation in our lives, and it doesn't. We put our guard down, we fall asleep, and bang, our children are missing. Some of us, we take our children to the parks and we let them run around, and we watching them for the most part on the swings, on the Ferris wheel, on the whatever those things is that they climb, and we watch it for the and then we get into our phone and we start spending more time on Facebook or social media or Instagram or whatever we're doing on our phone with our heads down, not paying attention to the predator is watching. They're taking notice as to which child is yours and how you deal. And a lot of times the predator will come to the park with a child just so he can walk away with 2 or 3 more. He'll come with a child and allow the child to run, have fun while he's watching all the parents to see who's really watching. I seen the documentary where they asked the predator, you guys probably seen it as well. How did you pick the victims? When you decided you wanted to grab one, how did you pick the victims? He said, well, one of the first things I would look to see is if they had a father with them. Men, you don't understand how important your role is in the lives of your children. He said, I would look to see if they had a father with them, a male. And if a man was with them, that would deter him a little bit from messing with that child. He wouldn't even deal with that one. But if it wasn't a man and it was only a woman, he would wait for the precise moment when the women showed her habits, showed her traits. And once she showed her habits and traits, and he knew that she was into that phone or she was distracted with this or however he can get her, he grabbed the child and was gone. And you will never see that child again. So, babe, you have to be careful. You will never see that child again. And all because you took your child out to the park and you got distracted with your phone. When you take your child to a public place, your attention has to be on your child. A lot of people, we want to take our children to the mall, take them shopping. And while we're looking through the clothes, we let our child go to the other side of the store looking through clothes, looking at what they want to get and how they want. No, you keep your children with you. This world is wicked. They seek to harm and destroy. They do. And if you're not wise enough or you're not overprotective enough, your child could become another one of these victims. Federal and local law enforcement recently located 2 missing children from New York. Now watch where they was at. They located 2 missing children from New York safely in a Georgia shed with non-custodial mother. In a Georgia shed. They was living in a shed. 2 children. How did they get there? While multiple state rescue efforts like Massachusetts Operation Yellow Card safely recorded 48 endangered missing youth. They recovered 48 endangered missing youth. I know them parents was happy when they got their children back. It don't always turn out like that. But I know those parents was happy that their children was returned to them. It doesn't always have such an ending, a beautiful ending of your child being returned to your safety and your protection and your care again. It doesn't always have. The majority of the time, they never get those children back. The majority of the time, the children are returned. They are not returned. And this can happen from any age, any range. So don't think you're exempt because my child is too young or too old. They will do this all the way up to the age of 25, 26, sometimes 30 to abduct them, especially if you're an attractive young man or young woman, because they want to traffic you and sell you to people who will pay to do all type of detestable things to you. They don't care how old you are or how young you are. They only seek to make money and profit off of you. And a lot of us, we sleep to this. We don't think this is a reality. Well, Prince is letting you know today that it is a reality. It's a harsh reality. And it happens too much in our society. We give our children too much freedom. Too much freedom. We give them too much freedom. And we shouldn't. We should not give them as much freedom as we do. And the reason why we shouldn't, because this world is a wicked place. Recent recovery operations and cases. Georgia recovery, U.S. Marshals found 2 missing children ages 6 and 4. How old were they? Ages 6 and 4. They were young. They were young. 6 and 4 years old. And they were recovered. From Allegheny County, New York, safe in Trenton, Georgia. Their non-custodial mother was arrested on an active warrant. Operation Yellow Card. Law enforcement safely recovered 48 high-risk and endangered missing children tied to Massachusetts during a coordinated multi-agency operation. National statistics. Thousands of missing children are tracked and recovered yearly through programs managed by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and federal task forces. Here's a phone number, how to report information. Do you remember the story about the young lady? Where was she at? I can't remember where she was. I believe she was in Ohio. Yeah, I believe it was Ohio. The young lady, she was abducted. And the man had her in the basement in Ohio. And the neighbor going by up and down the street heard somebody in the basement. So he called the authorities. The authorities went to the house. First time they went, they didn't find nothing. And they left. They went back again for whatever reason. I don't know what the reason was. This time they searched the whole house, found a girl in the basement, chained up in the basement, where she had been there. I think it was 6 years or 3 years. This man held her hostage in his basement. Either 6 years or 3 years, he held her hostage. He used her as a sex slave. He did things to her that no woman should have to go through or bear or suffer, because he himself was a wicked man. This is a reality, family. It's a reality. It's a harsh reality. It's a wicked reality, but it happens. And we have to do everything in our power to try to prevent it from happening to us and those that we love and care for. So here's a hotline number that you can call to report information. The number is 1-800-843-5678. 1-800-843-5678. The 1-800, the loss is what it says. Local law. Contact your local police department or dial 911 immediately if you spot an endangered child or active suspect. All right. If you are looking for information on a specific missing child case or need details for a particular state or region, please let me know so I can narrow down my search. This is a reality. Now, it's a reality that a lot of us, we try to ignore as if it's not real, as if it's not happening. But it is real, and it is happening. And it's happening every day in the streets of the United States because so many people are living a foul, wicked, and corrupted life. So that's what I wanted to spend this morning's opening portion on, alerting you to the dangers that exist in this world. The dangers that people are here and they will harm you. There are a lot of good people in the world, a lot of innocent people in the world, but there are a lot of wicked people in the world as well. And you have to be mindful that there are wicked people in this earth, and they will hurt you, they will harm you, they will do everything in their power to destroy you. Because this world we're living in has wicked people all around. And they have time to think of ways to do wickedness. They're patient, they're crafty, they're slick. They have time to do, that's why they don't get caught often, because they have time to skillfully do these things. Some of them will be so bold that they have tricks that they do in the parking lot. Now they have something where they're putting on like Walmart parking lots, they're putting on Walmart uniforms and act like they're helping you to your car. And when they get you to your car, a van pulls up and they throw you in the back of the van or the side of the van, and nobody ever hears from you again. They put on camouflages as if they work at this particular place, and they don't work there. But they'll dress up in the uniforms and act like and pretend that they're helping you in the supermarkets, in the malls, in the Walmarts, in all these things. They pretend as if they work for this establishment to get you alone. And they usually prey on females. They usually prey on young, attractive females, because they're going to make you a sex slave, or they're going to eat your organs. You got to think about this, because this is real. Sometimes they kidnap our people just to eat them, to sell their body parts, to sell their hearts, to sell their lungs, to eat their organs. You know, these things are a reality, but you can't imagine it because it ain't happening to you. But try to put your mind in the place of the person right now that it is happening in their lives. They have been abducted a week ago, a month ago, a year ago, and they are receiving the punishment and the suffering from their abductors. They're receiving that right now. Right now, as we speak, they're locked and tortured in somebody's basement, being tortured, locked down, being raped and molested and taken advantage of sexually. They're suffering that at the hands of an evil man or an evil woman right now, at this very moment, while we speak. And some of them are your people who are suffering these things. Some of them are your people. Matter of fact, the majority of them are your people. So what are we going to do, family? What are we going to do? How are we going to fix this so that it doesn't happen with our children? How are we going to fix it so it doesn't happen to us? I mean, there ain't nobody going to want me right now. I'm a little bit too old. But I mean, a lot of you are very attractive. A lot of you have still had your youth. You're still young. For a lot of you, someone is seeking you. Someone is watching you. Someone is watching you and you don't even know they're watching you. You don't even know. Someone is watching your daughter. They're watching your daughter's steps, your daughter's moves, because you always let your daughter go out by herself to these different places, or with her girlfriends or with her friends, because you want your daughter to have fun and experience life. But you didn't know that that one person in the crowd he worked for the abductors. And he wants to lure your child at the right moment so that he can take your child and you never see your child again. We don't have to be victims, family. We don't have to be. We can start safeguarding our children's and our children's lives from being victims in these situations by giving special attention to our child, unlike we've done before in the past. So from this moment forward, you can begin to watch over your children in a different way. You know, we out here with all this land, our children get to run around the fields. And not one moment do I sleep and think that we're safe, because we're not. Not one moment do I close my eyes and say, we in a sanctuary out here. The Creator ain't gonna let nothing happen to us, so we can just close our eyes and do whatever we want to do, whatever makes us feel good while we on this land. I don't think like that. I know the Most High has us. I know the Most High will protect us. But at the same time, the Most High don't want us allowing ourselves to just be open field for anybody to come and take advantage of. He doesn't want it to happen. So therefore, we have to be mindful. The doors got to be locked. We got to do surveys around the land to make sure the land is secure. You know, we got cameras almost everywhere on the land, all over the land. We got them cameras that reach way out, don't even need Wi-Fi. We got them everywhere. So we can see what's coming on, what's going on in our perimeter, and who just happens to be in our place where they don't need to be, where they're not supposed to be. But even with all that protection we have, we don't have enough. You can never be overly protected. I would rather have too much protection and nothing ever happens than for something to happen just once and I don't have any protection. I would rather have too much protection and nothing ever happens than to not have any protection and something happens. Because a lot of times people walk through your gates and they see that camera, they'll turn around and walk away. Or they'll see that sign, they'll turn around and walk away. But if you don't have that, and they don't see that, sometimes they ignore that if they come in for an agenda and they know what they want, because you had invited them on the land to look and fix something that you had to fix. They keep a mental record. They keep an eye on things. And when they think that nobody's around, they coming. That's why I always tell them, well, hold up, let me put the dogs up. Let me put the dogs up just to try to deter them, because you don't know who they are. They're there for a purpose to fix something, but they have a completely different agenda that you don't know about. They break in houses. They take advantage of women. You know, they steal things. They kidnap people. You don't know what you call them to fix your zinc, but they knew what they was coming to really do. Yeah, I'll fix your zinc. And while I'm fixing your zinc, I'm gonna look around at your layout of your land and see what you got going on, because I want to come in here and possibly take your children. Because I can get about $100,000 per child. And you got 6 of them. If I can get at least 3 or 4, that's $300,000 I can get. So how crafty do you think a person will be for $300,000 or $400,000? Very crafty. So you have to outthink them, family. You got to start putting up precautions. You got to start getting skeptical. Don't trust nobody. Be careful who you trust. And that ain't even about today's class. Well, that title had nothing to do with this lesson, but yet they all apply. Be careful who you trust. Because you will think that this person been around for a minute. He's a friend of the family, or he's my daughter's friend, or she's my daughter's friend, or he's my son's friend. Him and my son get along real good. I let my son go stay at his house. I let my daughter go spend the night over her girlfriend's house, thinking that it's all cool. Well, that girlfriend that you let your daughter go stay the night at, or that homie that your son got, that you let your friends, he got a friend who also came over the house that night, or that day, or that weekend. And you never heard from your child again. Never heard from him again. It might not be the one that is closest to your child. It may be somebody was playing the one that your son is cool with. Somebody else could have entered his life trying to get him and end up getting yours. Let's not sleep on this, family, because this is a harsh reality. And it's here. We are living in some wicked times. I mean, anytime you walk down the street and somebody thinking about eating you, I'm talking about physically eating you, physically capturing you, tying you up, murdering you, freezing you, thawing you out, and eating you. Whether they cook you or not, I don't know what they do, but whether they cook you or not, eating you. He looked tasty. She looked tasty. Let me see if I can lure them in. And usually when they come in with something that glitters and shines, something that's going to get your attention, something that you're going to desire to make you say, like, man, I like that. I would like to have that. And they might not even come full force at one time. They may slow walk the situation. You know, hey, how you doing? My name is such and such, and y'all got something in common. They like music because you like music. So they disguise that as we gonna sing. I do music too, or I dance and you dance. Your son like dancing. I do karate and your son do karate, or anything, gymnastics, anything, basketball, anything, just to get your child away from their security so that they can take your child and have their way with your child and take advantage of your child. A lot of these people have what they call camps, entertainment camps, basketball camps, men's retreat camps for the young men to teach young men how to grow into males. And all types of wickedness happens in these places. You have to be careful. You have to be careful. Because a lot of these people who are advertising camps and places where you can send your children, and a lot of those places are fronts so that they can come up with a way to say your child is missing so you never see your child again. A lot of people invest heavy money into ways to deceive you. They invest hundreds of thousands of dollars into ways to deceive you out of your children. But because you're not equipped or you're not prepared, to keep your child away from the things that your child might want to do, or to give your child certain safety measures, like you can go, but I got to go with you, or I'm going to be right behind you, or your bigger brother got to go with you, or however it's going to be. Whatever you got to do it. And usually when they travel in packs, they don't get bothered too much. But when they're individuals or one or two people, they get bothered. So we got to be careful. And another thing we got to watch is our women. Our women tend to think that nobody going to bother me. Nothing's going to happen to me. So we're out on the streets 11, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock even, in the middle of the night, roaming the streets, going to the stores, going to the malls, going to the club, going to somebody's house, out in the streets, free, nilly-dilly, like nothing is going to happen to me. This world is wicked. And it may be one of those times that you go out when you thought everything was cool and we don't get to see you again. We don't want that to happen. Now, I had some videos that I wanted to show you, but some kind of way I knocked them off, so I don't know what I did with them. So we're going to move on with our lesson for today. If there are any questions or comments, please post your questions or comments along the sideline. We got a very good lesson in store for you all today. Go out and invite your friends. Hit the share button, hit the like button. Come on, y'all. Let's get this thing going. Do what we got to do, family, because it's real. We got a very, very important class for us today. This class is about be careful who you trust. And we're going to come straight out the book. We got a story for you from the Apocrypha that we're going to read about. I'm sure it's a story you haven't never heard before for the majority of us. Some of us who are Bible scholars and we understand these things and we research and we study, you've heard them, but you ain't never heard it like this. You know how Prince do. He give you something in a manner that you ain't never heard it like that before. And it begins to wake up something in your mind that you begin to analyze and see that you heard that story 1,000 times, but you never heard it like this. And now you see something completely different. All right. So let's move on, family. Ima, are you present?
And I'm present.
All right. You want to take the next portion?
I can't hear you.
You want to take the next portion?
Yeah, the thank yous. Mm-hmm. All right, Shabbat Shalom, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started with our thank yous. Give me 1 second. All right, let's be reminded to place our thank yous in the chat. And as you place your thank yous, then we will also read them. So to get started, we have Zaquina Opal. Zaquina Opal says, Shabbat Shalom, family. Thank the Most High for you, a wonderful Shabbat, and for waking me up to see a new day, and also for life, for family. And then we have Zaquina Sukari, or Aim Sukari, and she says, grateful for the information, focus, importance concerning our loved ones as well as self. All right, I don't see any more thank yous, but I could go ahead and say my thank yous. I'm super grateful to the Creator for this day, for the holy day of the Shabbat, for the Most High setting apart this day and allowing us to be of this day, to experience such a day in such a time as this. As you said, so many things are in the world that, some of us are oblivious to, and some of us, do feel we're super protected, but we don't, walk in that same protection daily. We just assume it's there. So grateful to the Creator for showing us He's here, giving us the ability to speak to Him, to ask for His protection, to work for His protection, and to do the things we know to deserve His protection. I'm super grateful to the Creator for my Horim, my parents, their legacy, all the things that they have brought forward in this world that have taught me so much. I feel like every week I'm learning something different about them, or hearing some new footage or something. And the other day one of my parents asked me, she told me her daughter was reading the book, Assad Shakur's autobiography rather. And she asked me if I had any, pictures or things to share with her daughter, because she told her daughter, Princess Medaya, that's her family. And so I shared her some things, and then I went to YouTube because I was looking for something. It was a video of something, and I came across this speech that my mom was doing, that the Nation of Islam hosted, and that my uncle Baba Chokwe Lumumba introduced her. And I sat there and listened to the whole video. Well, it was really audio, but I listened to it, and it was so many things in there, jewels that my mother dropped, that are so relatable to today. And I never heard this. And it was like recorded in 1981. And I was just like, wow, like, just thinking about so many things that I'm sure my parents have done that I never, was exposed to, but being exposed to it now. And it just, made me feel good that their life is continuing to live through, and that others are still taking heed to their advice, to their struggle, to their commitment to the people. And one of the things that when she was being introduced, Uncle Chokwe said, and he was a lawyer and everything to the Black Power movement. But he said, one of the things that you need to know about Sister Fulani is that she loves the people, and she's a warrior for the people. And she, and I was just listening to it, and then starting to reflect so much on watching the movements of my mother that I didn't understand as a young child, but through her words and her actions, I start to understand so much deeper, and just have like a different gratitude for it and appreciation for her tenacity, her steadfastness. And then it helps me to understand who I am and where I get certain things from. And so I'm just grateful for her resilience, for her mentorship, for her example of being a woman of commitment and not allowing fear and the government, other things to break her down. And that was one of the things she said in that speech was, no matter what they do, they can't break me. And they tried many things, separating her from us, her children, her husband, so many things. And so to hear her say those words, reminding me, that no matter what people do in this world, no matter what evil is said or spread or thought about, they can't break me, especially if I am for the Creator and the Creator's for me. So just wanted to, speak on that, and thankful for that. And then, yes, just thankful. There's so many things that I have been exposed to this week regarding my parents, and I'm just super grateful, and hearing the good warrior stories and just the fun life stories of their lives, keeping them alive in our thoughts and prayers and memories. Giving thanks to the Creator for my Ish, for his guidance, his protection, his everything in our lives as a husband, as a leader, his sacrifices and watching him, daily get up and do the work he needs to do to make sure that we are getting the things that we need to do done. And so I'm super grateful for him and putting forth the utmost effort to get the things done. And it's taken longer because, when you're one person or just a couple of people here and there, it does take longer. And of course, we want it to be done right away. However, it is a humbling space to be in, to learn the patience, to learn that we have to continue to just ask the Creator for guidance and ask the Creator to help us with our patience and know that once it's done and all will be well. So I'm super grateful for my husband and that great example. I wanted to give a shout out to Aim Sukari. I'm reminded every so often by her sacrifices to the Black Power movement, and the Black Panther Party, and to her husband, Baba Katari, and what his commitment was. And when when August comes around, and we call it Black August for so many different reasons of things that happened during the month of August in the Black Power movement, I saw this picture of her. I think she posted, but it was a young Aim Sukari, smiling and lovingly smiling to her husband who was behind bars and chains. And it just reminded me how beautiful life is when you choose to love somebody for who they are, no matter what situation they're in. And I saw that picture and it just really made me smile. And it really, made me think of the sacrifices she had to, endure to love a warrior, to love a freedom fighter, and to be a freedom fighter. And the choices that they all had to make when it came to being a couple, a family, raising their children. And so I'm just grateful that I have those examples in front of me, and I'm grateful that her presence is still in my life, and grateful that she's here and able to be here on the Shabbat days. And when she's not able, she communicates. So super grateful to you, Aim Sukari, for your example and for your strength, and thankful that the Most High has kept you and keeping you in good health. And, knowing that anything you need, we're here for you. So just wanted to, give her flowers and her accolades at this point. And just thankful to the Creator for our community, our families, these last few weeks of us going into the laboring and then birthing process of having our new son here for a week and a few days now. But it's been a blessing to have my sister wife's family here, especially her Aim, coming and, just helping out in tremendous ways. And they're leaving soon. And I was just like, wow, they've been so helpful, because for our son BK, who's almost 2.5 now, just 2 in a few months, really. It's been a different change for him, but he's been really resilient too. But what's been helpful is having them here to be able to kind of like be with him all day, feeding him, walking with him, taking him outside, just doing things with him while we try to reacclimate and, be comfortable in this house with a newborn baby. And so, family, village, all that is everything. I don't take it lightly. I know we don't take it lightly. I know my sister wife doesn't, because so many people do not have it. So many people don't even have one person to call on. And I'm grateful that we have many people to call on. I'm grateful that, he had his circumcision. He's under the covenant, the 8th-day covenant, and the Most High allowed that to be. I'm grateful the same day that he had his circumcision, we also moved my youngest daughter, our daughter, into college, into her dorm. And, that's a whole nother level of change in your life. And sometimes you don't think about it until it's there upon you. And, I sat back and I was like, wow, I have been a mother for the last 28 years. And my life has been truly about my children. Of course, I've done different things in between, but truly just putting so much into them. And I was like, I have one more who's here, who's home with us. And in a couple of years, he'll be graduating high school and, moving forward to his next journey in life. And I'm grateful, to be able to experience these things with my children, with my husband, my sister wife, our family, having families show up during these times of moving children into dorms. My goddaughter got moved into her dorm yesterday. And, just thinking about these upward movements really does have you reflecting on life and making sure that you're continuously being a great example for your children and really supporting them. That was a lot what Mai said, and it is true. There's so much that we allow our children to get away with, and so much we don't allow them to get away with, but we have to stay steadfast and stay encouraging and stay on them, have them share their location and just communicating with them. I text her every day, like, how's your day going? Just so she know I'm right here. I'm listening, I'm watching, I'm waiting, because she is in a whole nother space right now, living in college. But just so she knows, like, yeah, I'm gonna check on you because that's my job. And I love you. And I want you to know, like, it doesn't matter where you go. We're all gonna be here to check on you. And then, the baby's circumcision was really phenomenal because it was more males there present for the baby to have his circumcision. And that was really beautiful. Not just our Ish, but his grandfather, his big brother, BK, and then Eviyahu, which is ultimately his big brother too. And something funny, Evan was like, when the circumcision started, he was in there for a minute, then he walked out, and I was like, why you walk out? He was like, oh, I remembered. I could feel the pain and remember it. And I was like, what? You were 8 days old, but we don't know what, flashbacks or different senses may come to our children. But I was just grateful that he was there to witness and be a part of, and that BK was there, because these are important memories, important celebrations and occasions for family to be together. And so I'm grateful because that'll be something they can always say, we saw you get circumcised. We were there for you, and the baby did so great. So, just thankful witnessing these occasions and being a part of these memories and being able to, have family and support. That's one of the biggest things in my whole life that I've always had. And so I'm grateful that it's continuing in my life and in my children's life and in, my blended family's life. So all praises to our Creator for a beautiful week, a blessed week, a hardworking week, getting school back in order, which is constant, but really focusing and praying that the Most High continues to be with our hands, be with our minds, be with our feet as we work, and just asking that, He allows those who truly need and need the help to be, in the presence, and allowing for the right people to be in the midst of us, and allowing us to have the keen order in our minds to investigate, ask the questions, and be patient as we build. So, Toda Rabah Zehu, Shabbat Shalom. And I do see we have more thank yous. I'm going to start them. And Kimya says, awesome. The Most High be praised. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Absolutely. All right. So I'm going to read these thank yous. Maury Kezo says, first and foremost, giving thanks to the Most High for my life and health and for allowing me to see another Shabbat. Hallelujah. Then Maury Kezo says, I'm grateful for my family interaction, that even though all my family doesn't follow Torah, they acknowledge it and honor to the best of their understanding. Hallelujah. That's so important. Maury Kezo says, he also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for his Torah, that we have a history of our nation and a guide for how the Creator wants his people to be. Hallelujah. That is so important. And that we follow that guide and live it. All right. M. Keter says, I'm thankful for the Most High, for the benefits of the sunlight, wind, air, and rain, and the knowledge of how to utilize these valuable elemental components for maintaining health. Hallelujah. And my sister wife, Autumn, says, Shalom. I am so thankful for my mother and bonus father being here 3 weeks to help out postpartum and with BK. Grandparents are truly a blessing. So grateful for the community around me during this time. And then Aim Sukai says, great to still be connected with the families of my comrades. I see them in all of the family's generations. See your parents in each of the family. Prince is incredible. Bless. Toda Rabah, Aim, Toda Rabah. And Murray Kessel also says, I'm grateful that the Most High's mercies are everlasting, to that even though my feet hurt, they work and I'm mobile. Hallelujah. All praises. All right. I don't see any more thank yous, but of course, if you put them up, we'll read them. Abba, did you want to go? Okay.
So Ima, did you hear me talking, Ima? Because nobody else could hear me talking.
Yeah, I did hear you, but I guess because I'm here. So go ahead.
So whatever you can imagine that I just said to give acknowledgments to the Most High, that's what I said. I am grateful to the Most High for his mercies, his protection, his blessings, and his guidance. And every one of us should always be constantly thankful to the Creator, acknowledging him, praising him, honoring him, worshiping him, and thanking him for everything that he does for us in our lives. It was a great saying that if I had 1,000 tongues, I could not thank the Most High enough. And that's true. It's so true. But I am grateful for the life of all of you. You know, every week you're here. It's been years now for a lot of you. It's been years. And you're still here and you're honoring the Most High with us. We're very thankful for your life. And may the Most High allow you to prosper in your life and to absorb the messages of these lessons to help to mold, to shape your personality, your character, and your habits. You know, may we continue to walk together as long as the Most High sees fit. You know, I'm very grateful. Very grateful. Very grateful for everything that the Most High does in our lives. Thank you. Toda Rabah. Ima?
Okay, I'm here. All right. Did you Abba, did you get that video I sent you? I would like for you to play it after I play this song
Where'd you send the video to?
on Instagram. There's 2 of them.
Instagram. All right, let me go search out Instagram, y'all.
Thank you. I'm playing the song. It's coming. It's coming.
Listen, she's young and beautiful, of course you know. Nice body and so many guys in her phone. Now she understands what it now means to be a single mother in her teens. A little boy, she never had a father in her life. Now she's wondering, how will I raise this child? Play the role of the mother or the sister. She's too embarrassed and feel no one's with her. Children need fathers and fathers need love. Mothers need support far more than the gov. Families breaking in need of repair. So many crying, is anyone there? Children need fathers and fathers need love. Mothers need support far more than the gov. Families breaking in need of repair. So many crying, is anyone there?
He was brought up with his mother not around. She was there, but the mother wasn't found. Missing a father living in his city. Pops didn't care, only about other women. It's a shame, now he continues the cycle. Married go round into married go cycle. Failure is happening on both the sides. This is no way to survive, way to survive.
Children need fathers and fathers need love. Mothers need support far more than the gov. Families breaking in need of repair. So many crying, is anyone there? Children need fathers and fathers need love. Mothers need support far more than the gov. Families breaking in need of repair. So many crying, is anyone there? Is there
Is there
anyone?
anyone there?
All right. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. I pray you all can hear me. Please let me know if you can't. If you cannot hear me. Were y'all able to hear the song? Please let me know. I sent it to your Facebook Messenger. All right, let me know if you can hear me, please. All right, we are gonna go ahead and move. Yes, but 1 second. Okay, go ahead. Yes. Can't hear it. And can you hear it? She's saying she can't hear. Oh, she said she. Oh, nobody heard it? Babe, you might have to say it again. I mean, play it again.
No sound. Oh. All right. Oh, maybe because I was on mute, maybe.
Okay.
Let me try it again. Forgive me.
Okay.
Pardon me.
And then I sent you one more video to play after that.
All right. Let's try this again, please.
A short span of time, we've had one brother lose his life and another brother be sentenced to 35 years in jail at only 17 years old. You know, it's scary because I know that for a long time, people have hated our skin tone and killed us just because of our skin tone. But I know that in today's day and age, we have a brother killing another brother. So no matter what, it looks like we're always losing. In those videos that I see of people's pictures or people's names of these black brothers on different memorials and on different videos of them losing their lives, it's like, it's scary because I know that these are young black brothers and I know I'm a young black brother. I know other races are losing their life too, but this really hits hardest to me because I'm also a young black man. And I know that the scary part is one day I could be that young black man whose picture is shown in that video. I could be that young black man who has balloons going into the sky because I lost my life. And that's very scary for me at only 13 years old. So yes, the videos and the interviews are important about you speaking up about it. But right now, we need action. We need people to get their hands dirty and say something about what's going on and actually do something, build programs, protests, outreaches, anything to really help the young black man live longer, stay out of the streets for the rest of his life, stay out of jail for the rest of his life. So I really need all of you guys to help me push this narrative, push this trend. Because it's just scary for me at the end of the day. And I want you guys to really, I'm sorry. This is just really important to me, but I hope you guys continue to have a wonderful, great, and amazing day and really listen to what I just said because I'm glad I was able to put this on your mind today. I want you guys to always remember that positivity is always a plus because taking action for something that you believe in is positive.
Origin.
Do you want the other video to play too?
Sorry, 1 second, everyone. The next video is coming. Can't hear. And you gotta start.
Always have to show the police where your hands are and always say what you're doing before you do it.
Be in control of your emotions. Be polite and respectful.
Yeah, don't fight back. Don't talk back. Do not make any sudden movements. Remember, your only goal is to get home safely.
If you get detained, don't sign anything or write anything. Wait for a parent before you talk.
And if your white friends are saying things or mouthing off, know that you cannot. You can't go climbing through windows, play with toy guns, throw rocks, and you cannot ever run away from them, no matter how afraid you are.
Never, never, never run.
Everything that we're saying to you, we're saying because we want you to come home again. We want you to grow up to be anything and everything that you want to be. Do you hear me? You are amazing. You are perfect. And we want you to stay that way.
Okay. All right. Toda Rabah for Alvin for playing that. I guess we in tune with each other because I didn't know he was talking about what he talked about earlier. And, I feel like the Most High always, he just shows me things and it's like, okay, present this. And of course, when I saw the first video of the young black man, the son, speaking from his heart, it definitely emotionally caught my attention because I'm a mother of young black men. And yeah, the reality is I live in that fear of what if they don't come home? What if this happens? And so when I saw that video and the ending was the most powerful part for me when he said, he's asking us, he's asking our people, the people to take action, and not just action in arms of violence, but he said build programs. Do you know how important that is to hear a young male child say build programs? He's saying build resources for us. He's saying provide something for them to do where they're not in the streets, where they're not just convinced that selling drugs and joining gangs is the only way that they're going to be able to become somebody or be known, and I had to share that because this is the reality we're living in right now today. Literally at this very moment, there are mothers and fathers who are crying, who are grieving the loss of their children from either, and we'll go into that too, black on black crime, quote unquote, or from them being in the wrong crowd, or police killings, being murdered because they feel like, hey, I don't have anything and I'm just keep walking, and the police are afraid of them. They're afraid of our young men. They're afraid of who we are and the power that we have, and some of them are trained to kill our sons. And so for me, this is a constant thought, a constant conversation that I have. My husband said earlier, letting your children hang out. And, my youngest right now, the only child I have at home is 15. And he doesn't hang out often because we're on the land. It's not too much for him to do. But he's met a couple of young men in the community and he'll be like, Ema, can I go hang with them for a little bit? And my first thought is, hang with them how? And I ask him like, well, what are y'all going to do? What is hanging out nowadays? And my first reality, truthfully, is, okay, there's police out there. And I know a couple of them are very judgmental. They look at our young black men when they see them walking in the street and they automatically assume they're doing something wrong. I saw a video of one of them and he's a black officer attacked a young black woman and she has mental illnesses, but she wasn't doing anything. He pulled over, got out his car and started attacking her and she fought back. And I've met this officer and he's not nice. So in my head, I'm like, well, what if he sees my son and just decides, I haven't seen him in a minute since I saw that video. But those are the realities of what we are dealing with as Black families, of getting a call saying, hey, your child was, shot and killed, or we were all hanging out and now we can't find so-and-so because, they went to the bathroom and we didn't all go, but he never came back. All these things of abduction, killings, or being exposed to drugs that can kill them in an instant. I have a friend who, her daughter was exposed to fentanyl one time and she died at 18. And so all of these different things are going through your head, not just, well, who are you hanging with, but what else is out there that's going to come and take you from us as a family? And so though that young man, that plead for us to do something is really the true essence of what that video for me was. Like, so what did we all take from that? Like, what did you hear him ask for? Because he didn't ask us to go and shoot the guy that, or go do that. He said, stand up, build a provision for us to be able to go and grow, to learn, to get out of that atmosphere. He asked us to build programs. He asked for help. That was the biggest thing. He said, I need help. We don't know his reality. He didn't go into that, but he went into the reality of what all young men are facing right now. And a lot of them are asking for help. They just don't know how. And so we have to listen and pay attention and do our best to give them that help. And sometimes it's digging deeper into them, sit down and really talking to them, seeing where their mind is, seeing where their heart is, seeing what is happening inside of them that may be causing them to pull away from their families, that may be causing them not to want to communicate, because exposure is so vast, we don't know where it can come from. The song I played said, children need fathers, and, more than so much other things out there. Our Black sons, they need fathers. And if they don't have fathers, they need powerful Black men, leaders in their lives consistently. And not just on a consistent basis to beat it over their head that they need to do this, but a balance of, hey, all right, we're going to do this today, but then tomorrow we're going to go hang out and talk. We're going to go hang out and just do something that's your interest so we can get to bond together. It's so many different levels to being in their lives. And then it's the whole thing of wanting them, and I'm one of those parents, I do want my children to be able to socialize and, get to know who they are and discover things. But in the back of my mind, I'm like, dang, like when I dropped him at the rec center, as I'm driving away, I'm like, praying to the Creator, please let me be able to, please allow me to come back and pick up my son in one piece. Please don't let me get a call saying that something happened to him. All these things are going on in my head as I'm driving away. And that's really a scary space to be in as a mother, as a parent. Because you don't want to be like, no, you can't go nowhere. But then you don't want to let them go somewhere and something happens and then you're blaming yourself. You're hurt. You have no one to really talk to and help you through that part because you're like, but I did it. I allowed him. It's so many different things. But running across these videos, when I run across it, I sit and I watch it because it just speaks to me. And I know that even though my son may not tell me all these things, I can see him and see some of these same things going through his mind, and then when the parents, that was a TV show, but it's reality, when they were talking to their son about when the police come to you and how you have to put your hands in the air. And we know that that's not always safe either. However, they're trying to do their best. Put your hands in the air, say who you are and say you're not, bringing any harm to them in the hopes, right? In the hopes that they don't take your life, because they said to him, we just want you to come home whole so that you can grow into the man that you can become. And I think that's most of our realities, especially as parents, especially as mothers. We carry certain fears that the fathers don't, and the fathers carry fears that the mothers don't. So that's why the balance is so important. You know, it's when, and even when she said a high point, she said was your white friends can get away with it, can get away with talking back, can get away with running, can get away with certain things that you can't. And that's a true reality. And it's not to make them feel like, oh, to form some type of hate because of their white friends or this person, this friend or that friend, but it's to draw them to the reality of who they are, what their skin tone, how people react to their skin tone, how people react to who they are as a young Black man. They don't look at our boys as innocent. They look at them as threats because they know the power and the strength of who we are. And so we have to arm our children with the right things to say, with the awareness of what's going on around them. Whether we keep them in the house most of the time and let them go out here and there, it does not matter. Because one time they can go out, and that could be the one time that they utilize and they remember everything that you placed into them to be so that they can come home safely. And even then, sometimes it doesn't work. We've heard of those stories. So it's just important, you know, when I'm seeing these stories about these young Black men hanging with their white friends and they don't come home, it happens more often than we see. And a lot of times because we get so comfortable, we as the parents get so comfortable in these environments that we forget that some of the environment we're comfortable in do not love us, don't like us, and don't want us there. And at some point, they're going to prove it. They're going to show you that they don't want you there, and they're going to take the lives of us or our children. So we have to be more diligent with our sons, especially because they're the ones that we kind of like let go more. But we have to be diligent, and because it's the reality of where we are. So this isn't a post to scare us, but be mindful of where we are, family. Be very mindful of where we are. Because right now, we're in a space of so many things happening to our children. And sometimes we won't know. Sometimes we'll never know because our children aren't going to share everything. But we have to find a way to find some form of level of communication where we can start to look at the hints, the behavior changes, all these different things, and not be afraid to talk to them about it. And then not be afraid that, hey, they are changing. But part of that responsibility to get to know it is ours, to go and talk to them, to sit with them, you know, to spend that time with them. And, you know, I just wanted to share that because I felt it was just important. When I saw it, it touched me deeply, and mostly because I have two sons. And my one son is a man now. He's 24 years old. My other son is 15. And I just always pray for them. I always think about what this world is looking at when they see them, despite what they have on, just the color of their skin, despite what they're doing in their lives, the positivity that they are doing, but it's the color of their skin that so many fear. And so when I think about them daily getting up and going out into this world, I always pray and I always ask the Creator to bring them home to me. And I do the same for my daughters, but it's just a different type of feeling. It's a different reality. And I pray, pray for all of our children, but our sons are targets, in so many different ways. So I just pray that this message got across to you all, and that, whether you have sons or not, but you have nephews, grandsons, cousins, that we, really think about this and talk to them and call, and just check on them. Because sometimes just a call to say, hey, how you doing? I was thinking about you. I love you, can pull them into, pull them back from something that they may be reaching for that's not good for them. Just knowing that one person loves them, or two, more than their parent. Because a lot of times children be like, oh, you my mom or you my dad, so that ain't nothing. But to hear from others, to hear from brothers in the community, that is important. To hear from sisters in the community to call and say, hey, I love you, what you need, anything. So I don't know what it's going to take for us as Israel, to do some work, but I do believe we can do it. We can come up with initiatives that our sons can, move towards together. And then when they're out in the world, that they can move with those initiatives and pull others into it with them, into that positive resource that young man just truly put in our hands to make happen. So may the Most High be praised. May he find favor in what was just shared with you all. And if anything was shared in incorrectness, may the Most High show us how we can correct it. And Shabbat Shalom, Zehu.
All right, Shabbat Shalom. And as she stated, she didn't know what I was presenting. I didn't know what she was presenting. So it's just amazing how sometimes the Most High does what he does and collaborate his messages to us to emphasize what's needed and necessary in our lives in this day and time, in the environment we're in. It's a powerful thing. May the Most High be praised, because he's the true knower of all things, the true knower. So we have to be mindful, family, how we move in this world, because this world doesn't have anything good for us. It's they're just approach it as if they're trying to destroy you in everything that you do. You go out, when I grew up, I was a part of the streets. I was one of those people that was a problem, but I did everything smooth, clean and cool, but I was a terror. I'm not like that now. I'm a different person now. But I didn't think that I would get out of high school, graduate high school. I didn't think a lot of things would take place in my life that has happened because of the goodness of the Creator. But I am not one who's in denial about the realities of life. So when I come up, by being the type of person that I was coming up, and the positions that the Creator had me in coming up, a lot of those habits and traits I still hold on to today. Like, for example, when I go into a restaurant, I don't like to sit with my back to the door because I like to see who's coming in. I like to be on alert to certain things. And if I sit in the movie theater, I want to sit in the back row. I want to sit all the way up against the wall. So the people coming in, you can see them, you can watch them. We went to an event the other day, about a month ago, with all the children. It was an outside park event. And everybody was sitting on blankets and sitting in the chairs and stuff. So I got my phone out recording everybody around us, just so I can have a video of the people that are directly in our circumference at that particular time. It's just who I am, and I've learned that from the streets, coming up in the streets and watching and trying to protect myself from the possible dangers that are hidden. So these will be good things for you to do. Always have your mind open, your eyes open, always watching, and always be suspect of everything. Now you're going to say, well, Prince, that's not good to always be a suspect. It's better to be overcautious and not need to be cautious than to be undercautious, lackadaisy, and lose yourself because you wasn't doing what you needed to do to make sure that everyone was safe. You got to remember that, family. The Most High is King. He has his protection upon us, but he wants us to use our scruples so that we can be protected as well. You don't want to tempt the Most High unnecessarily because you just want to have fun. You got to be careful how you move with the Creator. All right, let's move forward.
Okay. We have the law is next. Putting our laws. So if you can put your laws up, I just want to play one more song and then we'll go into that.
understand. Better days and better nights as we stand and unite. We're one and the same. Why is it so hard not to point and to blame? Better sheet, get our houses in order and we'll see the peace. There are steps that we must take if we want to see.
I see my people rising, no more stopping us. Couple billion acres across America, us. The peace rose for the sake of us.
The sake of us, the sake
I see
of us.
my people rising, no more stopping us. Couple billion acres across America, us. The peace rose for the sake of us. No more failing, telling me beneath. What a beautiful moment, and a sight I can't wait to see. Even if I miss it, at least I was a part of the mission, changing lives of men, women, and children. Our glory goes to He that causes us all to be. And if they're thinking we can, we show them that just as long as we stand. A monument, we the people can't be broken as long as we stay focused. I see my people rising, no more stopping us. A couple billion acres across America, us. The peace rose for the sake of us. For the sake I see my people rising, no more stopping us. A couple billion acres across America, us. The peace rose for the sake of us. I see my people rising, yeah.
All right, Shabbat Shalom, everyone. We are going to now get into our law. So please, if you have a law, post your law with the book, chapter, verse, and your explanation, please, and I will read it. I have 2 so far, so I will read them first. I do believe this is Brother Asa, and in reference to what we were saying, but I will still read it. Well, yes, it's in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 6, verse 7. And it says, "And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up." And I know, like I said, I think that was referring to what we were talking about prior. But he's talking about the law, statutes, and commandments that the Most High has left on record for us to follow and live by. And so it's definitely important for us to remember that we shall teach them diligent to our sons and speak to them when we sit down in our house, when we walk away, or on the way, when we lie down and when we rise up. It's just a constant conversation about the law and the righteousness and what we should do and what needs to be done. So all praises to the Rabbah, Brother Asa. All right, and our next law can be found in the book of Vayikra, Leviticus, chapter 19, verse 29, and it's presented to us by Aim Kenya. And it reads, do not prostitute thy daughter to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom and the land become full of wickedness. And I think it's another part to her law. So, her explanation this hasn't popped up yet. But she says, despite the laws of the Most High, there are child prostitutions, child sex trade, sex trafficking, due to deception, extreme poverty, and monetary gains. The warning is clear. Let me make sure it wasn't nothing else for her. The warning is clear. The warning is clear, and then she says, wake up, people, it's wake up time. So all praises to the Rabbi and Kenya for your law. And I don't see anyone else's law. But I did want to read for, I saw Carlin put up some, but that was when he came in to say Shabbat Shalom. You're on mute.
I said I didn't highlight them because you told me not to touch your stuff. So I stopped touching your stuff.
Okay. Yeah, and I think Carlin's law, or what he posted, was pertaining to what you were speaking of too, about our children being abducted and different things. So he says, Shabbat Shalom, family. In the book of Yirmiyahu, chapter 17, verse 5, it says, "Cursed is the man who trusts in man and makes flesh his strength." And then in the book of Psalms, chapter 146, verse 3, that do not trust in princes and mortal man, in whom there is no salvation. Did he say something else? Because I see it says, would you?
Okay.
I'm looking.
All right.
So, yes, I definitely think that was in reference to that, but that was a great post to go along with that, about trusting people and being aware.
Be careful who you trust.
Be careful who you trust, yeah. But I wanted to read, my law can be found in the book of Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 19, verse 32, and it says, "Thou shalt arise up before the hoary head and honor the face of the old man and fear the Most High. And fear thy Creator, I am the Most High." You know, every time, I hear that law or come across it, I always look deeper, because that there are elders in the midst of us who are not righteous, who, do not carry themselves in the manner of honor in the way that this law is speaking of. And a lot of times people tend to look at it and say, no, that means anybody owed you see. But we have to break down the Hebrew, of course, the Ivrit. So I just want to remind us that to rise for our hoary head means that, we trust them, we honor them, they show us, they exemplify the righteousness and the humbleness of being in that state, in that presence of what they've grown to become. We have so many different titles and labels in our community, and some have them just because they decided that's what they wanted to be, but some have them because they worked for it and they, they strive for it, and they were honored to be accoladed with such a title. And so I think it's very important that we dig deeper into the words, understanding what the Hebrew is meaning by it, and showing respect to our hoary head, and rising and teaching our children the same, and just being honorable, because the Most High sees it. And also it's a place of, when you show your elders that you respect them and honor them, then it gives them even more, it's kind of like the same with children, giving them that reverence, gives them that boost to keep going, to know that their presence is counted and needed. And I'm definitely grateful that we do that in our community, and grateful for the elders that come in our midst and who deserve to be stood for when they walk in the door, and who not deserve it because they walk through that door, but deserve it because when they walk through, they come in with the wisdom, with the guidance, with the love and the care, and they show it over and over, and they do not allow, just because we say, oh yeah, we rose for you and they don't just sit back and, take that and be like, yeah, I'm an elder. Yeah. But they actually come in and, and be that elder for us. And that's so important for us to have in our communities. So may the Most High be praised. Shabbat Shalom.
You are absolutely right. It's such a beautiful thing to have elders in your midst.
I can't hear you through the computer.
Can anybody else hear?
I can hear you now.
It's such a beautiful thing to have elders in our midst. It is. Carlin says, put the Most High first in your friendship. Put the Most High first in your marriage. Put the Most High first in your family. Put the Most High first in your career. Put the Most High first in your goals. Put the Most High first in your future. Put the Most High first. May the Most High be praised. Oh, all right. Shabbat Shalom, Mr. Otter. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you. You know, I would like to what's that? Who that he talking about? Who you talking about, Mr. Otter? Over everything and everyone. I got, you know, we let Carlin slide because he ain't a regular, but you know, you're a professional Israelite. You know who's to put first. May the Most High be praised. But we understand where you're coming from. We understand. May the Most High guide my mind, my body, my language, my speech as I approach unto you, his people. May the Most High be praised from everlasting to everlasting, for he is King, the wonderful master of all things. All right, let's get moving, y'all. Let's get moving. So, today's lesson, do everybody have an apocrypha? Do any of you all have an apocrypha? Do any of us have an apocrypha? All right, we got a late commandment coming in. Oh, Jeremiah 29 commands for us to build, plant, and get married. If an individual is not planting something, are they breaking the commands? Yeah, you could break it. That's right. You'll be breaking the commands if you ain't planting something. No, sis, planting comes in many different ways. But we do understand what the Father is saying to us. Jeremiah is not a book of the law. Jeremiah is a prophet. And that's a topic, that's a situation that I have been looking into, for meditating on for a long time. Because the Creator says that he will raise up unto us prophets and we should obey them. So therefore, it's a commandment if the prophet told you something to do. In the book of Jeremiah, 29th chapter, the Most High speaks about the Babylonian captivity. When he takes us into captivity, that we are to build ye houses, plant ye vineyards, and then marry the people, because we're going to be there for a while. So in one instance, we could say that's just for that captivity. Or for another instance, we could say that's for any captivity that we go into. So it's really hard to pin it down as rather this is a law for this day and time that we all plant gardens. But what I think we can all agree on, that it would be good for us all to do what that scripture is saying. Plant vineyards, build houses, and marry. I think that it will be a good thing for us to do. It's just that I can't say that you will be violating law if you're not doing it. All right. And I can't say that because Jeremiah 29 might have just been for that Babylonian captivity and not every or any captivity that we find ourselves in. But yet that practice would be a good thing for us to practice, even here in this captivity. And yes, we are in captivity. You will get a little portion of that illusion being given to you that you're not in captivity, but you are. All right. Sister Ornette, are you present, Sister Ornette? I did put the link in the room. I will be requesting your services today if you're available and you're able. But I put out a question a while ago about the Apocrypha. Does anybody have the book, The Apocrypha? Is any of our people here that has the book, The the Apocrypha, because we're going to be coming out of the Apocrypha this week. Does anyone have a copy of the Apocrypha? Does anyone have a copy of that book called the Apocrypha? You don't know? Okay. All right. Sister Ornette, welcome. Could you test your mic, please? Let's make sure you're being heard like you should.
Cain, hallelujah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Shalom, sis. How you been?
Excellent.
Been a long. We heard your voice. It is such a pleasure. Right, y'all? It's been a while, right? Nobody can take your place, girl. You know that. You know that. All right, so we're going to get started. And I don't know why that outline is there on my page, but Creator willing, it'll go away eventually. All right. So I have the scripture posted for anyone and everyone who wants to read it as well. Anyone who wants to be a part of it. I have it there on the page for you so that you can read along with us. Now, what we're going to be reading, if you do have your Apocrypha, like I asked everyone if they had it, and Sister Laurel is the only one who responded, but Shabbat Shalom, Sister Laurel. May the Most High be with you. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. But I need you to get your Apocryphas out, family. And we're going to travel down our road and we're going to read a little bit about the Sister Yehudith. So we're going to be coming out of the book of Judith. Now, this is an amazing story. You know, quite naturally, we always think about men leading the charge, men doing things, men being the heads, men conquering, men defeating, and men going to war. Very rarely do you hear about women going to war. But this sister we can read about right now, her name was Yehudith. She was from the tribe of Simeon. And if you know anything about the tribe of Simeon, remember Simeon wasn't no joke. Simeon was one of the ones who got with Levi and went out there and killed all the men of Shechem. Simeon was one of those tribes because they was about some warfare. But this sister did it strategically. I'm not going to tell you the whole story. I'm going to read it, or we're going to have it read, and I'm going to interpret it, and I'm going to throw my little parts in and out like I usually do. And we're going to add to this because it's a beautiful thing. And watch how this goes down. Sister Ornette, are you ready?
Absolutely.
All right. Let's get started. So we're going to be in the book of Judith, the first chapter, the first verse. And anytime along the way, because it's like 14 chapters, but they're small, they're not real long. But anytime along the way, sis, that you feel like you had enough, let me know and I'll take over the readings. All right?
Okay.
All right. The story of Sister Judith.
Reading from the Apocrypha, the book of Judith, chapter 1, verse 1. In the 12th year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar.
That's not Nebuchadnezzar.
Oh.
Hey, go ahead. Let's go ahead. We're sorry. Do your thing, sis.
How do you pronounce that?
Say it again.
How do you pronounce that?
Nebuchadnezzar. Nosor. I don't know. Just say Nebuchadnezzar. It's all right.
Okay.
It's just a flip on words. It's all right.
Okay. Verse 1. In the 12th year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, who reigned over the Assyrians in Nineveh, the great city, in the days of Arphaxad, who reigned over the Medes in Ecbatana, and built around Ecbatana walls of hewn stone, 3 cubits broad and 6 cubits long, and made the height of the wall 70 cubits, and its breadth 50 cubits, and set its towers at its gates 100 cubits high, and in its breadth in the foundation was 60 cubits, and made its gates even gates that were raised to the height of 70 cubits, and their breadth 40 cubits, for his mighty army to go out of it, and the settings and array of his footmen.
So, in other words, he had his perimeter secure. He had a wall, he had fences, he had gates, he had all that stuff to secure his perimeter. Read on, please.
Verse 5.
This man he's something. But watch how it goes.
Verse 5. Even in those days, King Nebuchadnezzar made war with King Arphaxad in the great plain. This plain is on the borders of Ragal. There came to meet him all that lived in the hill country, and all that lived by Euphrates, Tigris, and Hydaspes, and in the plain of Arioch, the king of the Elamites.
And more than likely, they were the Elamites, by Elamines.
Many nations of the sons of Shalod assembled themselves to the battle. And Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Assyrians, set all who lived in Persia and all who lived westward to those who lived in Cilicia, Damascus, Libanus, and Antibanus, and to all who lived along the sea coast, and to those among the nations that were of Carmel and Gilead, and to the higher Galilee, and the west plain of Esdraelon, and to all who were in Samaria and its cities, and beyond Jordan to Jerusalem, Bethane, Chelis, Kadesh, the river of Egypt, Taphanes, Ramses, and all the land of Goshen, until you come above Tanis and Memphis, and to all that lived in Egypt, until you come to the borders of Ethiopia. All those who lived in all the land made light of the commandment of Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Assyrians, and didn't go with him to war. For they were not afraid of him, but he was before them as one man. They turned away his messengers from their presence without effort.
I want y'all to pay attention to this. This man is a powerful man. Nebuchadnezzar, whoever his name is. He was a very powerful man, extremely powerful. But the other nations, they had empires and rulingship and kings and all that. And they thought they was just as powerful as Nebuchadnezzar as he was. So when he said for them to do something, they brushed it off as if it wasn't important, as if he ain't really saying nothing that's like a really powerful thing. So he vows within himself, I'm going to make them pay. I'm going to make them pay first for disrespecting me. I'm going to make them pay for not doing what it is that I said for them to do. And I'm going to make them pay just to show my strength and my might. So he ran a rampage through all that region that she just got finished reading about, from Samaria all the way down to Ramses, all the way down to Goshen. He ran a rampage through all that side of the world, destroying, killing, ravaging, because he was more powerful than they thought he was. You know, you should never disrespect anybody. But you got to be real careful not to disrespect somebody that's got a mental illness or mental sickness, because they will come back and wage war against you, and you won't understand why. That's pretty much what's happening here right now. Let's pick up, sis. Where we at? That's pretty much where we at right now.
We're continuing verse 11. They turned away his messengers from their presence without effect and with disgrace. Verse 12. And Nebuchadnezzar was exceedingly angry with all his land, and he swore by his throne and kingdom that he would surely be avenged upon all the coasts of Cilicia, Damascus, and Syria, that he would kill with his sword all the inhabitants of the land of Moab and the children of Ammon, all Judea, and all that were in Egypt, until you come to the borders of the two seas.
Now, the amazing thing about this is that we didn't do anything to the man. We minded our business. But all those other nations, some of them offended him. But because he was offended, he was mad, he was angry, he was upset, he decided to wage war against that whole region. He got a lot of enemies. That's a lot of people they just named that he's waging war against. But his army was so vast, he had 100,000 footmen. That's a lot of men. That's just the men who walk. And he had more than that on the horses. And he had archers and all those people. He had about 10 million people. I think he said 10 million. He had a whole lot of people in his military, in his army. Believe me, it was a whole bunch of them. At least 1 million people. At least 1 million. But I thought it said 10 million. But we're going to read on. Just know that this man was powerful. He was extremely powerful. And people had no respect for his power. Well, he earned that leadership position that he has. He earned it. He was also strategic in warfare. He didn't just pop out of the sky from nowhere and be placed in charge of such a military. He built up to that position because he had to create a blessing with that spirit to know how to work people. But watch what happens when he felt disrespected. Watch what happens. Read on, please.
Verse 13. And he set the battle in array with his army against King Arphaxad in the 17th year, and he prevailed in his battle and turned to flight all the army of Arphaxad.
Now, some of you, I don't know if you know, but Arphaxad is the son of Shem, one of the sons of Shem. All right. But this doesn't line up with the life of Arphaxad that we know of, our forefather. It doesn't line up with him. He's not Israelite. He is Hebrew, but he's not an Israelite. But this story doesn't line up with the Arphaxad that we know. Read on, please.
Continuing in verse 13. And he prevailed in battle and turned to flight all the army of Arphaxad with all his horses and all his chariots. He became master of his cities, and he became even to Ecbatana, and took the towers, plundered its streets, and turned its beauty into shame. He took Arphaxad and the mountains of Ragot, struck him through with his darts, and utterly destroyed him. To this day, he returned with them to Nineveh, he and all his company of sundry nations, an exceedingly great multitude of men of war, and there he took his ease and banqueted him and his army for 120 days.
He beat him up, beat the man up, ravished the man's cities, and stayed in the man's territories for 120 days. Here, read on, please. That's how he disdained his enemies.
Read from the book of Apocrypha, the book of Judith, chapter 2, verse 1. In the 18th year, the 22nd day of the first month, there was a talk in the house of Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Assyrians, and he should be avenged, that he should be avenged on all the land, even as he spoke. He called together all his servants and all his great men and communicated with them in secret council, and concluded the afflicting of all the land out of his own mouth.
He has a mental problem. Now he wants to beat up the whole earth and everybody in the earth. But why? You already control a whole vast portion of land. Why would you want to go and mess with people who ain't got nothing to do with you all the way on the other side of the planet? See, this is what power does for you.
Mm-hmm.
Having control over the lives of men, you get bored and you have to have something to do, so you go start fights. Read on, please. He didn't think anybody could spank him. Watch. Let's read on.
Verse 3. They decreed to destroy all flesh which didn't follow the word of his mouth.
One second, please.
Okay.
Nebuchadnezzar sought to make himself the creator. He wanted people worshiping him. He wanted people serving him. And he didn't want nobody second guessing or having an opinion when he spoke. That's what we're dealing with. That type of sociopath of a mind of a man. This man is sick. He's really sick, but yet he has a gift of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of how to achieve certain things because he rose in power. But that doesn't alleviate the sickness inside of his mind to see absolute authority over all living life in the planet. And that's what he did. And watch what happens.
Verse 3. They decreed to destroy all the flesh which didn't follow the word of his mouth. It came to pass, when he had ended his counsel, Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Assyrians, called Holofernes, the chief captain of his army, which was next after himself.
Now, as I always teach, every great man who rises in power, might, strength, and greatness, he always have other great men around him.
Okay.
And together they rise to greatness. And that one man might stand out. But the only way that he got to be as great as he was, just like Nebuchadnezzar, Nosar, whatever his name is, the way he got to be so great is because he had great men in his presence, like Holofernes. He had great men in his army, men who was able to raise their own and do their own and run their own countries and kingdoms and nations, but they served him. Males back then didn't deal with egos like the males of today. You know, I was with a brother the other day out here, was helping me out. I don't want to tell y'all who he was because I don't want to give up too much info. But a brother was out here in the land with me the other day, and he was helping me to do some things. And we had a guy come in to look at the land and give us inspection on some report. So the guy who came in had to have been wondering who this guy was. Who is this? Who is this? So he finally asked the guy, he said, well, who are you? What do you do for a living? He looks at me and says, I work for Prince. Whatever he'll have me do, that's what I do. And Prince looked at the guy like, oh yeah, he do work with me and stuff like that. He helps me a lot. But I was like, this man, to me, at this moment, has demonstrated a humility that most of Israel don't have. You know, he actually said to the other guy that he didn't know, well, I work for Prince, putting Prince on a level above him in status, if you looked at it like that, like it should be. Most of us won't do that. He did it easily, freely, with a moving spirit, with no remorse. I had to tell him, man, yo, man, this guy is such and such. But the man was serious. And the way that he displayed humility to me, I wish that more of our people had that energy, that spirit, that type of personality like this guy had. Because if we did, we can build something great. Now, what I mean by that is, too many of us want to be the man. And not a lot of us want to help the man take his position in this earth unless it's us. We want to be the head. We want to be the one in control. We want to be the boss, the end all, know all. It's fine. You can be that in your home. But your life should demonstrate to you where you at right now in your life, no matter what age you are, how you're living right now in your life should demonstrate to you the type of personality and character that you have. You might know how to do a certain thing, and you might be good at warfare, and you might be good at this and that, and thinking and logic, and you might be good at math and arithmetic and reading and writing. But what we do is we bring all those great minds together, and we all build something even more powerful that none of you could have built by yourself. If we bring these great minds together, that's what's going to be needed for us to rise as a people. And the humility that this guy displayed the other day, he said, oh, I work for Prince. Whatever Prince will have me to do, that's what I'm doing. That humility is the type of humility that great men are going to have to possess for the betterment of all the nation. Can you see yourself doing that? Can you see yourself walking in that type of a spirit? We say we want to change, but we're not willing to do the things that's needed so that we can make that change, so that that change can become good in the lives of not just us, but in the lives of all of our people. If we could begin to raise a nation like that, that nation will be raised indeed. But too many of us, we only feel comfortable if we got a say in the matter. We don't trust that the Most High is in charge of this. Well, this man can't possibly be a servant of the Creator because I'm not a servant of the Creator. Everybody got something in their closet. Everybody doing evil and wickedness. Everybody's not doing that. There are a lot of people that who are serious about the Most High and the works of the Most High. You just may be one of them. I pray that you are. Because if you are, then people like you are the people that we need to be the heads of this nation to build it up. But not a lot of us are serious about the Most High. And it's hard to find a man or a woman that's serious about the Most High. Like I had a position here in my home where I needed somebody, a female, to come in to help out with my wife so my other wife can get a break sometime. Where do I find a person like that? You know? How do you find an individual that you can, she's an Israelite, yes, bring her in. Do you vouch for her? I vouch for her. All right, send her to my house. This is what I needed to do. How do you find those types of people? Because most people come with so much baggage. So many, they want to do drugs. They want to get high. They want to smoke the weed. They want to drink the alcohol. And when you don't allow that to take place in your community, they don't want to be a part of your community. They don't want to come. A lot of the people want to sex who they want to sex. They want to have the freedom to go out and meet people and do nasty things with these individuals, unrighteous things with these individuals. Why? Because they grown. Because they're grown and they have the choice to do so. There's nothing that you can do. And if you try to prevent them from doing it by having conversations with them, then they'll just back away and not. Where do you find these type of righteous people that are really willing to give their best to the Creator? Where are they at? Because it's very difficult to find those people who want to be their best and do their best before the Almighty. Now, if y'all know anybody that fits that category of what I just stated, please give them my number. Please send them a link to this class, because those are the type of people we need to really build this nation. Wise, intelligent, strong, disciplined, and consistent people that's really about their word, that's really going to be about the Most High. Those are the ones that the Most High is looking for right now. And he's running out through the country, through the world, and he's testing our behavior to see if we qualify for that type of character, so he can put us in position to raise us up so that we can all raise the nation. This is a fact. Read on, sis, please. Are you one of those people who are really serious about the works of the Most High? An honest, integrity-filled person?
Read out the book of Apocrypha, the book of Judith, chapter 2, verse 4. And it came to pass, when he had ended his counsel,
Sis, I can't hear you.
can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Verse 4. And it came to pass, when he had ended his counsel, Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Assyrians, called Holofernes, the chief captain of his army, which was next after him, and said to him, the great king, the Lord of all the earth, says, behold, you will go out from my presence and take with you men who you trust in their strength, to 120,000 footmen and 12,000 horses with their riders. And you will all go out against all the west country, because they disobeyed the commandment of my mouth. You will declare to them that they should prepare earth and water, because I will go out in my wrath against them, and will cover the whole face of the earth with the feet of my army, and I will give them plunder to them. Their slain will fill their valleys and brooks, and the river will be filled with their dead until it overflows. I will lead them captives to the utmost parts of all the earth, but you will go out and take all of the earth. But you will go out and take all of their coasts for me. If they will yield themselves to you, then you must reserve them for me unto the day of their reproof. As for those who are disobedient, your eye will not spare, but you will give them up to be slain and to be plundered in all your land. For as I live, and by the power of my kingdom, I have spoken, and I will do this with my hand.
So do you all see what's happening? He's actually telling his servant, his next in line to rule, if he was to pass, to go out and anyone who defiles his voice as their God, he is to kill them. Anybody who defiles his commandments that he give them, his servant, is to kill them. Anybody. All up and down the parameters of the lands that he ruled. So these people are in havoc right now because they know that his army is coming through their land. So a lot of souls are shook up right now. A lot of souls are in fear. And a lot of people are going to conform, and just do and worship him as their God. Pray to him, serve him, and whatever he says, they're going to do it. Whereas before they talked about him, he went out and destroyed the neighbors over there. So now they know that he destroyed their neighbors. They're going to fall in alignment. Sometimes force is the only answer you got for people. Read on, sis, please.
Verse 13. Moreover, you will not to transgress anything of the commandments of your Lord, but you will surely accomplish them, as I have commanded you. You will not defer to do them. So Holofernes went out from the presence of his Lord and called all the governors, the captains, the officers of the army of Ashur. He counted chosen men for the battle, and for his Lord as his Lord has commanded him, to 120,000, with 12,000 archers on horseback.
120,000 men that walked, 12,000 on horseback. That's a lot of men. That's a massive army. Let's see what happens.
Verse 16. He arranged them as a great multitude in order for war. He took camels and asses and mules for their baggage, an exceedingly great multitude, and sheep and oxen and goats without number for their provision.
Why did he take all those animals with him on war? He took camels, asses for their carriages, and very great numbers, and sheep and oxen and goats without number, sheep, oxen, and goats without numbers for their provisions. Why did he take so many animals? What does it mean when it says for their provisions? He knew that his army will be out there for a while. He knew that, but they needed food to eat. And if the food wasn't vegetation, didn't grow, they had sheep, they had oxen, they had goats that they could eat and drink milk from. And that would help them to survive. Now, a lot of times these wars, a lot of us think that a war means we fighting for a day or two and eventually somebody going to succumb to the other. But a lot of times a war went on for 9 and 10 years. You were out there at the enemy's gates fighting them for 9 and 10 years. So where are you going to get your food from to supply your army? Well, if you already got goats, they're going to mate with goats and they're going to have baby goats and they're going to grow. So you keep that population going. Somebody in the community is going to have to, that's going to be their job, to raise the animals and cause them to expand. But you also go out and plunder other cities and other neighboring towns and make them pay taxes to give you food so you can feed your army so that your army can keep moving. Plus you had trees growing where you can eat the fruit of the trees. Everybody didn't eat meat all the time. They only eat meat as a delicacy. Read on, sis. It's a lot for you to think about and a lot to consider.
Verse 18. And great store of rations for every man, and exceedingly much gold and silver out of the king's house. He went
Now, what was the gold and silver for? Why did he take gold and silver? So he can bribe people and so he can pay his military, his army. He had a lot of people there. Sometimes you need money to bribe people to be successful at whatever your endeavors are. And all the time, you got to pay your men. A lot of those men that was in war with him that was out on his military army, they wasn't there because they liked him or they agreed with him. They was there because they was getting paid. A lot of those men, most of those men, almost all those men, they're in the military because they're getting paid to be there. They go out on killing sprees because they're getting paid to do it. They follow the leadership of the king because they're getting paid to do it. They're not volunteering their time. They're not doing it for free. They're not doing it out of the kindness of their heart. They're doing it because that person is paying them what they need to make their lives a little bit easier. They got the skill fair, they're willing to risk their lives, and they don't have no problem joining the military or the army so they can take care of their family back home. And they'll come out and work for some gold or some silver so that they can keep things going at home. Read on, sis, please.
Verse 19. He went out, he and all his army, on their journey to go before King Nebuchadnezzar and to cover all the face of the earth westward with their chariots, horsemen, and chosen footmen.
Chariots, horsemen, and chosen footmen. Archers also. I think that comes up later, but go ahead. Read on, please.
Verse 20. A great company of various nations went out with them, like locusts and like the sand of the earth, for they could not be counted by renown of their multitude, by reason of their multitude. And they departed out of Nineveh 3 days' journey towards the plain of Bechtilith, and encamped from Bechtilith near the mountain, which is in the left hand of the upper Cilicia. And he took all his army, his footmen, horsemen, and chariots, and went away from there into the hill country, and destroyed, put and lewd, and plundered all the children of Rases and the children of Ishmael, which were along the wilderness.
The children of who?
Ishmael.
Okay.
Which were along the wilderness to the south of the land of Chileans. And he went over Euphrates and went through Mesopotamia and broke down all the high cities that were upon the river Arbanai until you come to the sea. And he took possession of the borders of Cilicia and killed all that resisted him, and came to the borders of Japheth, which were toward the south opposite Arabia. He surrounded all the children of Midian and set their tents on fire and plundered their sheepfolds. He went down into the plain of Damascus.
Each one of these nations that they're naming, each one of these nations that they're naming are powerful nations. Mm-hmm. We can read about their history through the book. These are powerful nations. So that shows you, that gives you an idea how powerful he was. He was greater than all these nations that he named because he conquered them. Read on, sis, please.
Verse 27. He went down into the plains of Damascus in the days of wheat harvest and set their fields on fire.
Set their fields on fire.
And utterly destroyed their flocks in herds and plundered their cities, laid their plains to waste, and struck all their young men with the edge of the sword. And the fear of the dread of him fell upon those who lived on the seacoast, upon those who were in Sidon and Tyre, those who lived in Sur and Osina, and all who lived in Jamanan. Those who lived in Azontus and Ascalon feared him exceedingly.
So now they're starting to be afraid of him.
Mm-hmm.
Read on.
Reading out of the book of the Apocrypha, the book of Judith, chapter 3, verse 1. And they sent him messengers with words of peace, saying, Behold, we are the servants of Nebuchadnezzar, the great king lie before you. Use us as it is pleasing in your sight.
So now what happened is those nations that he conquered, they didn't want no more trouble. They didn't want no more drama. So they said, use us. So that meant that his 100,000 men that he had just was multiplied 2 or 3 times as many, because those people that he conquered, a lot of them became a part of his military might. Read on, please. He's growing in power.
Verse 3. Behold, our dwellings in all of our country and all of our fields of wheat, our flocks and herds, and all the sheepfolds of our tents lie before you, lie before your face. Use them as it may please you. Behold, even our cities and those who dwell in them are your servants. Come and deal with them as it is good in your eyes.
Whatever seems good to you, have your way with them. He's their God now. Read on.
Verse 5. So the men came to Holofernes and declared to him according to these words. He came down toward the sea coast, he and his army, and set garrisons in the high cities, and took out of them chosen men for allies. They received him, they and all their country around them, with garlands and dances and timbrels.
They showed respect.
Mm-hmm.
They gave him great honor. When he came in town, they had parties and they danced and they sang and got drunk. Read on.
Verse 8. He cast down all of their borders and cut down their sacred groves. It had been given to him to destroy all the deities of the land, that all the nations would worship Nebuchadnezzar only, and that of all their tongues and their tribes would call upon him as creator.
See that? Read that again, sis, because I don't think they heard you in the back. Nebuchadnezzar was worshipped as a god.
Mm-hmm.
As a god. And the people voluntarily said, we're going to do that. We'll honor you in that. Use us as you want. Our women, our children, our houses, our animals, our land. Do whatever you need. We're here to serve you, Nebuchadnezzar, whatever his name is. Go ahead, sis. Keep going, please.
Verse 9.
This is just incredible.
Then he came toward Esdraelon, near Dotea, which is opposite.
Yahuda.
Okay, which is opposite the great ridge of Judea.
Mm-hmm.
He encamped between Jeba and Silthopolis. He was there a whole month, that he might gather together all baggage of his army.
So you see how long he was there so far? 30 days.
Mm-hmm.
So far, he was there for 30 days. Right outside of Judah, ready to attack, waiting to give us opportunity to do what those other nations did. We get into the heart of the story now. Be careful who you trust. Waiting for us to come out to say, you know what? You be our God. We will serve you. You do whatever you want. And guess what? They put a campaign against Israel. And guess what Israel was about to do? Exactly. Put a little pressure on the average person. Give it a little bit of time. And the average person will weaken from whatever they thought their ideals was prior to that trouble, that punishment, that torture. Prior to that, whatever their ideals were, after that punishment, that torture, that trouble, and after it's been consistent in their lives for a little while, they will give in. And all that they thought they previously understood and knew that was their principles of life, they will abandon. And they will find new reasons to do what they do and to live the way that they live. They will adopt new ways of doing things that they're going to do. Read on, please.
Reading from out of the Apocrypha, the book of Judith, chapter 4, verse 1. The children of Israel that lived in Judea heard all that Holofernes, the chief captain of Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Assyrians, had done to the nations, and how he had plundered all of their temples and destroyed them utterly.
Now, when it says he plundered all their temples, it means that he waged war against their gods.
Mm-hmm.
And he won against their gods. So, in fact, what he's going to attempt to do is wage war against the Most High. Because that's what he does. He wants to be worshipped as a supreme ruler, as the creator. That's what his desire is. A man with power. That's what they do. They abuse their power and their authority. And that's what he wanted to do. Rule. He wasn't satisfied with just being the biggest, the strongest, the richest. He wasn't satisfied with that. He wanted to try to move into the Most Highest place. Read on, please.
Verse 2. They were exceedingly afraid before him and were troubled for Jerusalem and for the temple of the Creator, our power.
Why would the children of Israel be afraid of a man?
Come on.
When they got the all-knowing, all-powerful Creator at their disposal. And we talking about men now. They supposed to be the heads and the leaders of something. They supposed to be running something. Those men, y'all remember?
Mm-hmm.
Those men supposed to have been in charge. Let's see what happens. Read on, please.
Verse 3. Because they had newly come up from captivity, and all the people of Judea were recently gathered together, and the vessels, the altar, and the houses were sanctified after being profaned. And they sent into every coast of Samaria, to Kohen, to Conaim, to Beth-horon, Belamim, Jericho, to Choba, Esora, and to the valley of Salem. And they occupied beforehand all the tops of the high mountains, fortified the villages that were in them, stored supplies for the provision of war. For their fields were newly reaped. Joachim, the high priest, who was in those days at Jerusalem, wrote to those who lived in Bethulia and Bethel-Mesathim, which is opposite Esdraelon, toward the plain that is near Doasim.
Now, Jehoiakim was the priest that was ruling around the time of Jeremiah, if I'm not mistaken. Jehoiakim was the one that was ruling around the time of Jeremiah. Read on, please.
Verse 7. Charging them to seize upon the axes of the hill country, because by them was the entrance into Judea, and it was easy to stop them from approaching, since the approach was narrow, with a space for 2 men at most. And the children of Israel did as Jehoiakim, the high priest, had commanded them, and did the senate of all the people of Israel, which lived at Jerusalem. And every man of Israel cried unto the Most High with great earnestness, and with great earnestness they humbled their souls.
Now, the men of Israel, when they heard this news, that this man was ready to come with his military might and destroy us and kill us unless we swore allegiance to him, they fasted, they prayed, they cried, but it wasn't intense. It wasn't long enough. It wasn't enough. It wasn't sincere enough. They did what they can do at that particular time, and then they got up and they said, oh, enough is enough. Let's see what happens. If the Creator don't deliver us in a certain amount of time, then we're going to go ahead and swear our allegiance to a man.
Wow.
After so many years of not practicing idolatry, they had idolatry kicked out of the land at that time. We was all worshiping the Most High, Yotzei Zevaot. Zevaot. That's just him. The only one that we were worshiping. Can you imagine all the people serving the Most High? There was no idols in the midst of us. No Jesus, no Christ, no Yeshua, no none of that stuff. None of that was in the midst of us. It was only the Most High and the Most High only always. Let's read. Let our people tell the story. Go ahead, sis.
Verse 11. Every man and woman of Israel and the little children and the inhabitants of Jerusalem fell before the temple and cast ashes upon their head.
Every man and every woman and the little ones fell before the temple and fasted.
And spread out their sackcloth before the Most High. They put sackcloth around the altar. They cried out to the Creator of Israel earnestly with one consent that he will not give their children as prey.
Do we do this? Do we cry out to the Most High with one consent that the Most High would not give our children as prey to our enemies? Do we do that? Do we do that, family? That is a powerful thing, because Prince just gave a brief lesson about why we need to do this, but we don't. Now, you heard that lesson and went in one area, came out the other one. But how many of you really heard the message? Read on, sis, please.
Continuation of verse 12. Their wives as plunder, the cities of their inheritance to destruction, and the sanctuary to being profaned and being made a reproach for the nations to rejoice at. The Creator heard their voice and looked at their affliction. The people continued fasting many days in all of Judea and Jerusalem before the sanctuary of the Most High. And Jehoiakim the high priest and all the priests that stood before the Creator and those who ministered to the Creator had their loins dressed in sackcloth and offered the continual burnt offering, the vows, and the free gifts of the people. They had ashes on their hats. They cried to the Creator with all of their power that he would look upon all the house of Israel for good.
And guess what? It's going to all pay off. But the whole fact is, they gave their all to the Most High at this particular time. And not just one or two people, but the majority of Israel went to the temple and laid down before the temple, outside the temple's gates, and cried to the Most High with sackcloth and ashes because of what Holofernes was about to bring down, because Nebuchadnezzar had brought wrath against the children, threatened wrath against the children of Israel. They all cried. They all fasted. They all wept. They all prayed. And they asked the Most High, and the Most High heard them. And watch how he works. Now, this happened one day. And then watch how long it takes for the Most High to give ear and to put in action what it was that they prayed for and cried for sometime prior. See, why I'm saying that is because the Most High doesn't always give you an answer when you want him to answer. But he always will give you an answer.
Yeah.
And that's right. You can't force him to move. He does things strategically because he knows best. You might not want to wait. You may feel like you lost out on something. The Most High is saying you lost out on that because I had to spare your life. A lot of times we don't know what the Most High is doing and why he's doing it. All we know is when we open our mouth and we want something to happen, we want it then.
Thanks.
Not 2 days later, not 4 days later. We want a miracle to fall out of the sky and destroy our enemies when they get on our nerves. Immediately. That's not how the Most High works. Read on, sis. Let's see where we at.
Read now the book of the Apocrypha, the book of Judith, chapter 5, verse 1. Holofernes, the chief captain in the army of Ashur, was told that the children of Israel had prepared for war, had shoved the passages of the hill country, had fortified all the tops of the high hills, and had laid impediments in the plains. Then he was exceedingly angry, and he called for the prince of Moab and the captains of Ammon and all the governors of the seacoast, and he said to them, "Tell me now, you sons of Canaan, who are these people who dwell in the hill country? What are the cities they inhabit? How large is their army? What is their power and their strength?"
What I like about the man is he did his research.
Mm-hmm.
Too many of us enter into a battle and don't know the people that we're in the battle with. So therefore, we don't know if we can win or lose. We move off of a false confidence because we tough. We think we hurting, so we something. We don't even know the people that we're really at war with.
Mm-hmm.
But Holofernes didn't do that. When he heard that these people wasn't conforming to what he wanted them to conform to, he did his research. He put word out on the street. Hey, tell me, come here. Tell me about these people right here. And it's going to be amazing the report that he gets. But it's not going to discourage him because he's going to figure out a way to do it anyway. Watch this. Read on, sis, please.
Continuation of verse 3. What king is set over them to be the leader of their army? Why have they turned their backs that they should not come to meet me more than all that dwell in the west?
See, he wasn't used to that. He was used to everybody bowing down to him because he had the backing of the great king Nebuchadnezzar, whatever his name is. He had his backing. He worked for him. So he was actually a representative as if Nebuchadnezzar was actually there himself. You see? So he was expecting people. That's almost like when you meet a prince and he has the title prince and he got all these people around him and he come in the room, he expect you to bow down and respect his word just because he got a title. It ain't the way it go. You have to earn this relationship. People have to know you. People have to know of you and what you've achieved and what you've done to earn that. They might call you prince, but to truly do what it is that you have and treat you as a prince, they have to understand you and who you've been and where you've been and things about you that just don't come because you have a title. Read on, sis. Let's go.
Verse 5. Then Achor, the leader of all the children of Ammon, said to him, "Let my lord now hear a word from my mouth of your servant, and I will tell you the truth concerning these people who dwell in this hill country, near to the place
Go ahead, finish.
where you dwell."
All right. Now, I want you to watch this now. This ain't just no regular dude that's talking right now.
Mm-hmm.
This is Akor. He is the captain of all the sons of Amun. You follow me? He's a powerful dude. But remember what I told you, every great man with his army has great little chieftains working with him. So now this man from the tribes of Amun is going to tell him of the history of Israel because we had to go to war with them.
Mm-hmm.
Watch this. Read on, please.
Continuation of verse 5. No
These
lie was-
people. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. I just get excited when I get this kind of information coming. This is some stuff. Watch who we are. Watch this, family. You will see how the world thinks of us.
Okay.
At least how they thought of us in the ancient days. How they think of us now. Ask somebody and see what they tell you. Read on, please.
No lie will come out of my mouth, your servant. Verse 6. These people are descended from the Chaldeans. They sojourned before this in Mesopotamia because they didn't want to follow the deities of their fathers, which were in the land of the Chaldeans. They departed from the way of their parents and worshiped the creator of the heaven, the creator whom they knew. Their parents cast them out from face of their deities, and they fled to Mesopotamia and sojourned there many days. Then their creator commanded them to depart from the place where they sojourned and to go to the land of Canaan. They lived there and prospered with gold and silver, with exceedingly much cattle. Then they went down to Egypt, for a famine covered all the land of Canaan. They sojourned there until they had grown up. They became a great multitude there, so that one could not count the population of their nation. Then the king of Egypt rose against them, dwelt subtly with them, and brought them low, making them labor in brick, and made them slaves. Then they cried out to their power, and he struck all the land of Egypt with incurable plagues. So the Egyptians cast them out of their sight.
So stop right there for a second. Now, when we first started answering this man, he went way back. He says, they are the descendants of the Chaldeans, and they sojourned therefore in Mesopotamia because they would not follow the gods of their fathers. He's not talking about us as a people. So a lot of you might be trying to follow that, might have got a little confused. He's talking about us who were in the loins of our forefather, Abraham. See, this is the story of Abraham. And this is how the children of Israel came about. They're going from the beginnings of our history, part of the beginnings, until that current time where they are. So when he's talking all this information, the Chaldeans and Mesopotamia, that's Babylon. That's the Chaldeans, the Canaanites. All this stuff is talking about where Abraham journeyed from and where he was at and what he did. His father was a pagan. His father worshiped deities, idols. And Abram wasn't with that. So he left. Watch, he left from following the gods of their fathers, which were in the land of Chaldea. For they left the way of their ancestors and worshiped Ha Elohim of heaven.
Come on.
Ha Elohim, whom they knew, because the Most High introduced himself to Abram. Remember that?
Okay.
So they cast them out from the face of their deities. That's when Abraham packed up and the Most High said, move. So he moved. And they fled into Mesopotamia and sojourned there many days. Read on, please.
Verse 13. The Creator dried up the Red Sea before them and brought them into the way of Sinai, Kadesh, Barnea. And they cast out all that lived in the wilderness. They lived in the land of the Amorites and they destroyed by their strength everyone in Heshbon, passing over Jordan.
They're
They
talking about
possessed-
us now, family. They're talking about us with this mighty hand we had by the Most High. Keep reading, please.
all the hill country. They cast out before them the Canaanite, the Perizzite, the Jebusite, the Shemite, and the Gergesite. And they lived in that country many days.
So after hearing that, you would have think that this man said, well, wait a minute. They might be a warrior nation. But he didn't. Because he always think that he's stronger and better than everyone else. Read on, please.
Verse 17. And while they didn't sin, before the Creator they prospered. Because the Creator, who hates iniquity, was with them.
Now, did y'all hear that part?
Mm-hmm.
While they sinned not
Mm-hmm.
before Ha Elohim, Elohim, they prospered. Because Ha Elohim, he is he that hateth iniquity, and he was with them. So as long as the Most High is with us, nothing can hurt or harm us. And we were in this condition right here, right now, at the present time, when that man Holofernes brought up his army against us. We were in the right graces of the Most High. Wasn't no homosexuality running rampant within us. Wasn't no pornography running rampant. Wasn't no pedophiles running rampant. Wasn't nobody sleeping with people that they ain't had no business sleeping with, stealing from people, robbing from people, using drugs, hurting ourselves, harming each other, murdering each other. None of that was going on within our nation at this time. And the Most High was pleased with us. And watch what happens. Read on, sis.
Verse 18. But when they departed from the way which he appointed them, they were destroyed in many severe battles, and were led captive into lands that was not theirs. The temple of their Creator was cast to the ground, and their cities were taken by their adversaries. And now they have returned to their Creator, and have come up from the dispersion which they were dispersed, and have possessed Jerusalem, where their sanctuary is, and are seated in the hill country, for it was desolate. And now, my Lord and Master, if there is any error in this people, they sin against their Creator, we will consider what this thing is in which they stumble, and we will go up and overcome them.
But the opposite, if they're in proper alignment with their power and they're not sinning against him, there's nothing that we can do. And that just challenged that man even more. Oh, no, I'm the greatest. We can conquer anything. I don't care who they got on their side. We're going to take them out. Watch, read on, please.
Verse 21. But if there is no lawlessness in their nation, let my Lord now pass by. For their
Keep
Creator
on moving. Keep on moving. Don't even start with them people.
will
Why?
defend them, and their power before them, and we will be a reproach before all the earth.
We will be embarrassed if their power, if we mess with the children of Israel, this is what he's saying, and they're in proper alignment with their power, we will be embarrassed because we didn't conquer all these nations, and then this small nation gonna beat us up. He already knew because they already met the children of Israel. They already met them with Barak and Balaam and all them. They already knew what we do and how we do it, that our power fights for us. My plea to you today, family, is to know how to put your trust in the Most High. Don't put your trust in flesh and blood, because flesh and blood will fail you every time. Put your trust in the Most High. He will never fail you. Come together, work together, build together, but let the Most High be the catapult that you build from. Let him be the cornerstone that we utilize to unite this people, to unite this nation, and to build this kingdom in the land of our captivity. Put down your deities. Separate yourself from anything that even come close to being a deity, so that the Most High is pleased with you, and so we can accomplish what we set our minds to accomplish. Read on, sis.
Verse 22. And it came to pass, when Achor had finished speaking these words, all the people standing around the tent murmured. The great men of Holofernes and all that lived by the seaside and in Moab said that he should kill him.
So kill him. Why? Why should they kill Achor for what he said? Why? Because he just said somebody was greater than them. They didn't appreciate that. Read on, sis. Watch what happens.
Verse 23. For they said, we will not be afraid of the children of Israel, because, behold, they are people that has no power, no might to make the battle strong. Therefore, now we will go up, and they will be prey to be devoured by all of your army.
And this is where we are today. They have no reason to fear us because we're weak. So therefore, they open up stores in our communities. They buy houses in our communities. They are the bosses on our jobs because they have no reason to fear us, because we're not united. We have no strength. We have no power, no might in our hands to save our own selves alive. They have no reason to fear us. They kill one or two of us. Nothing happens to any of them. If they killed one or two of us and 10 of them died, they will stop killing us.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all don't see that though. We can save the world by being good to everybody. Yeah, right. You get to save the world by living according to the Torah. The Torah says eye for eye, tooth for tooth. That's what the Torah teaches. But these people we got in charge running this place right now, all they want to do is protest and march. It ain't even got to be all that. They kick your house in, go blow his house up. Blow up his neighbor's house, his mother's house, his father's house. Destroy all of them. As many as you can. And guess what? They'll stop messing with your children. See, we don't do nothing. You look around the black folks, even in the commercial we played today, that little boy, when he was talking, he's talking about walking and building and growing. He ain't talking about the real Torah teachings, an eye for an eye. I promise you, if it got to that place where two of ours died and the police pull them over and somebody died because the police pulled them over and they killed them and 8, 9, 10 of them end up dying every time one or two of us died. If that happens, and I'm not telling y'all to go out and kill nobody, so let's get this right. I'm just telling you what would be. They will stop killing us. But because all we want to do is protest and march and talk and burn down a couple buildings that belong to us in our neighborhoods, we don't see no results and we keep dying. But I promise you, if that was happening to the European people at the rate that is happening to our people, they will bring it to an end real quick. But it doesn't. The reason why is because we're not united. We don't represent anything, and we don't protect ourselves. We need to change that. But go ahead, sis, because that's going to be another topic for another day.
Reading from the Apocrypha, out of the book of Judith, chapter 6, verse 1. And when the disturbance of the men that were around the council had ceased, Holofernes, the chief captain of the army of Ashur, said to Achor and to all the children of Moab before all the people of the foreigners, and who are you, Achor, and the hirelings of Ephraim, that you have prophesied among us today, and have said that we should not make war with the race of Israel, because their power will defend them. And who is the Most High? Hold on. But Nebuchadnezzar, he will send us out of his might and will destroy them from the face of the earth, and their power will not deliver them. But we his servants will strike them as one man. They will not sustain the might of our horses.
Now, that might have been the statement that got them put in the grave. That might have been it right there. Because they put a man on equal or greater terms than the Most High. You got to be careful for all of you who believe that a man is the creator. You got to be careful. Because the Most High don't like being compared to people, to man, to anything. The Most High is who he is, and he stands alone. But I can't tell you enough, because a lot of you are drunken with the delusion that a man is the creator. And it's hard for you to get past that illusion. It's hard for you to get sober. It's hard for you to wake up, because you keep feeding yourself that illusion over and over and over, and eventually you'll believe it. Read on, sis.
Verse 4. For with them we will burn them up. Their mountains will be drunken with their blood. Their plains will be filled with their dead bodies. Their footsteps will not stand before us, but they will surely perish, says King Nebuchadnezzar, Lord of all the earth. For he said, the words that I have spoken will not be in vain. But you, Akor, harlot of Ammon, or Amun, who have spoken these words, and the day of your iniquity will see my face no more from this day until I am avenged of the race of those that came out of Egypt.
So he said, lock up Akor, lock him up, and make him stay locked up until I return back to this place. He didn't know that he wasn't coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Because it is given to a man to believe that he will live forever. And they take advantage of that, and they actually believe that they will live forever. Nobody knows the day of his destruction. You know, nobody knows. And Holophonies shown up didn't know that he was about to die. Read on, please.
Verse 6. And the sword of my army and the multitude of those who serve me will pass through your sides, and you will fall among the slain when I return.
I'm going to kill you when I return. Well, I guess Akor got to live a long time because you ain't coming back. Read on, please.
Verse 7. Then my servants will bring you back into the hill country and will set you in one of the cities of the ascents. You will not perish until you are destroyed with them. And if you hope in your heart that they will not be taken, don't let your countenance fall. I have spoken it, and none of my words fall to the ground. Then Holofernes commanded his servants who waited in his tent to take Akor and bring him back to Bethulia and deliver him into the hands of the children of Israel. So his servants took him and brought him out of the camp into the plain, and they moved from the midst of the plains into the hill country and came to the springs that were under Bethulia. But when the men of the city saw them on top of the hill, they took up their weapons and went out of the city against them to the top of the hill. Every man that used a sling kept them from coming up and cast stones against them. They took under the hill, bound Akor, cast him down, left him at the foot of the hill and went away to their power. But the children of Israel descended from their city and came to him, untied him, led him away into Bethulia, and presented him to the rulers of their city.
Now, what do you see here? Let me tell you what I see. I see order. I see structure. I see leadership. I see discipline. I see commitment. I see all of that, what I just read about our people. The enemy came up. We saw him coming. So we held them off with slingshots and rocks. We held them off. And they got frustrated and just left the man at the bottom of the hill and then went back. See, that man was supposed to die with us. When the man came in and ran against us and destroyed us, Achor was supposed to have died with us. So they left him there for the children of Israel. Okay? But what I see in the way that our men, even after we got our core, what the first thing we do? We took them back to the leaders, to the governors. We didn't make a decision in our own mind. We took them back to our superiors because we had order, we had structure. Mm-hmm. Today, we don't have any order or structure. The man got a title of prince and nobody respects his title. Nobody respects his position. And it ain't because he ain't did nothing to show him that he earns the respect. They just don't do it because everybody want to be the boss. Everybody want to be the charge. Everybody want to be the head. The man got a title, Kohen, and nobody respects his position. Nobody gives him the authority or the position over them because we don't have any structure in our people today. Every man does as in the days of Judges was right in his own mind. Everyone. And then you get a leadership who doesn't understand the true purpose of leadership. And what he does is he thinks he owns the people. Oh, these my people. Y'all don't do this. Y'all don't do that. Well, what happened to bringing the people together to call out to the Most High, to praise the Most High? You know, you can maintain your position of leadership over the people, but at some point, you got to come together with other people who are either greater or on the same level or of a lesser level of quality than you. Y'all going to have to come together, work together so that the salvation of the people is restored. And that's part of our issue. We got these in these positions of leadership, and they teach the people as if the people are their children. And that's not the way the Most High has it. Is that your mic, sis? That's not the way the Most High has it to be. And we have to get past that. If not, we're going to stay in the condition that we're in. And another generation for 100 generations are going to go by. And we all going to be saying, the Most High is on his way to come and save us, to return us back to our holy land. And we don't understand the Most High is already here. And he's waiting for us. He's waiting for you to put down your idols, to stop showing hatred to your brothers and sisters, to act like you want him to do something for you. Because if the Most High put us in control right now, at the position that we in with the mindsets that we got, we will give that over to the enemies in less than a week. Because we will be having in-house turmoil, in-house fightings. Well, Prince, I've been a leader for 35 years, and I'm Chief Prince, and you just a prince. Well, this other brother, I've been a spiritual leader for 5 years, and I'm Prince Haggadah. So therefore, I should be running the show. And that's what our demise would be. Our demise, our story will end right there because we have no order, no structure. We don't even respect the authority within our own community. We don't. We don't even respect our own leadership. Because the moment that the leadership tells you to do something against what you want to do, what you do is you back away. You leave the page, or you don't go to the class, or you don't make no phone calls, you don't join the meetings no more. You get secluded into your own space because you didn't want to do what the prince said for you to do. So you separate, thereby weakening the nation. What we should be doing is organizing and structuring so that we can get some things done. And the person who is best qualified for the job is the person that we should have in position for that job. All right. Haven't heard from you all day, my brother. Shabbat shalom. The titles come from men, not from the Most High. And when the Most High appoints a leader, he also endorses him. That I agree with you to a degree. Sometimes the Most High appoints a leader in his youth, and he's not ready to endorse him yet. He will be with him. He will protect him, but it ain't time for him to rule yet. So I understand where you're coming from, but the Most High does things in his ways and not the ways that we think things should be done. The Most High will be with a man for many years and hold that man steady in the palm of his hands, but he's not ready to put that man in the forefront to be that leader yet. He'll hold that man and hold that man. How long did he hold Moses? Moses didn't start leading the children of Israel until he got to be about 40 years old. And then they wandered in the wilderness for another 40. And sometimes it goes like that. But we miss you, bro. May the Most High be with you. Toda Rabbah. You ready, sis?
Absolutely. Verse 15. Which were in those days Uzziah, the son of Micah, out of the tribe of Simeon, and Charbris, son of Gothomiel, and Charmis, son of Malakael. Then they called together all the elders of the city, and all their young men ran together with their women to the assembly. They set a cord in the midst of their people. Then Uzziah asked him what had happened. He answered and declared to them the words of the council of Holofernes, and all the words that he had spoken in the midst of the princes of the children of Assur, and all the great words that Holofernes had spoken against the house of Israel. Then the people fell down and worshiped the Creator, crying, saying, O Most High, power of heaven, behold their arrogance, and pity the low estate of our race. Look upon the face of those who are sanctified to you this day. They comforted Achor and praised him exceedingly. Then Uzziah took him out of the assembly into the house and made a feast for the elders. They called on the Creator of Israel for help all that night.
Now, these were some spiritual people. That part of the story I love. Look how we had compassion on one of the children of Ammon. We had compassion on him. You know, we were good to him. And he sat back in return and told us everything that he learned in the enemy's camp. He was set to put fear in our hearts. That's why they took him down there. That's why they released him to us. So they can tell this story and he can excite us with fear. And that's exactly what happened. But yet, we didn't show that yet. We show hospitality. And every man and every woman in the nation of Israel should be very hospitable to the stranger that comes in your midst. But keep your eyes open, because today's stranger is worse than strangers of yesterday.
Facts.
But that don't mean you disrespect him. That don't mean you shun him. The only way or the best way to keep your eye on him is to keep him good. Keep him in your presence. Keep him around, making him feel good and keeping him in good company. That way you can watch him. But we got to be hospitable to all people that we meet, because that's who we are. Even if we're watching them because they may be trying to hurt or harm us. Read on, sis.
Reading out of the Apocrypha, out of the book of Judith, chapter 7, verse 1. The next day, Holofernes commanded all his army and all the people who had come to be his allies that they would move their camp toward Bethulia, take beforehand their ascents of the hill country, and make war against the children of Israel. Every mighty man of them moved that day. The army of their men of war was 170,000 footmen, plus 12,000 horsemen, besides the baggage and the men that were on foot among them, an exceedingly great multitude. They encamped in a valley near Bethulia, by the fountain. They spread themselves in breadth over Dosaim, even to Belabim, and in a length from Bethulia to Camon, which is near Esdraelon. But the children of Israel, when they saw the multitude of them, were troubled exceedingly. And everyone said to his neighbor, now these men will lick up the face of the earth. Neither the high mountains, nor the valleys, nor the hills will be able to hear their weight, to bear their weight.
You see what happened? First, they sent in a man who spread dissension and misbelief within the midst of us by telling us how great this other army was. Second thing is, we began to doubt the Most High. See, our minds went completely off of the Most High. Completely off the Most High. And we started to look at man and listen to the stories of man and judge our future based on what a man said that another man is going to do with us. We got weak, family. We lost purpose. We lost the vision. We forgot who we had as our head and our stronghold. We forgot. Now, we did go pray to the Most High, but we're going to give up on all that real fast because it's taken too long. We have been there for weeks and nothing had happened. We've been praying to the Most High. The adversary is at our gates. Remember, all the people went to the temple and prayed to the Most High, but it didn't happen. Most High didn't chase away the enemy at that time. He didn't even give them a sign to let them know that he was going to chase away. Matter of fact, he didn't even give them a sign to let them know that he heard them. So everybody's in doubt right now because the Most High is not responding to anyone. But when that happens, family, it's because the Most High is waiting on you to get yourself a certain way. There may be little things in your life that's preventing the Most High from opening up those windows of heaven upon you and showering you down with so many blessings that you don't have room to receive them all. There may be something that you are or are not doing to prevent him from doing what he wants to do for you. And at the time and the instant that that thing has changed in your life, it could be them drugs you're using. It could be the arrogance that you display. It could be the greed in food and in money that you will do anything for it. It could be simply that that's preventing the Most High from giving you that blessing. You never know, fam. So you should try all those things. And as you try one thing and you master that, keep that a part of your personality and then take on another challenge. Keep that when you master that as a part of your personality and then take on another challenge until you master yourself complete, whole, all the way around, until you master yourself. Read on, please.
Verse 5. Every man took up his weapons of war, and when they had kindled fires upon their towers, they remained and watched all that night. But on the second day, Holofernes led out all of his cavalry in the sight of the children of Israel, which were in Bethulia.
Now stop there for a second. He let them out to put fear in our hearts, to make us further doubt that we will survive. Read on, please.
Verse 7. Viewed the ascents to their city, and searched the springs of the waters, seized upon them, and set garrisons of men of war over them. Then he departed back to his people. All the rulers of the children of Esau, all the leaders of the people of Moab, all the captains of the seacoast came to him and said, let our Lord now hear a word, that there not loses in your army. Slika, that there not be losses in your army. For this people of the children of Israel do not trust in their spears, but in the height of the mountains where they dwell. For it is not easy to come up to the tops of their mountains. And now, my Lord, don't fight against them as men fight who join battle, and there will not so much as one man of your people perish. Remain in your camp and keep every man of your army safe. Let your servants get possessions of the water spring, which flows from the foot of the mountain, because all the inhabitants of Bethulia get their water from there. Then thirst will kill them and will give up their cities. Then we and all our people will go up to the tops of the mountains that are near, and will camp around them to watch that not one man gets out of the city.
So what they actually said was, you can make them come down to you, cut off their water supply. And once they get thirsty enough, they won't fight with you anymore. And they'll come down to you. And guess what? It worked. It worked. Children of Israel is contemplating now their next move and what they're going to do because they're thirsty. Because some of them started dying and they want some water. And they're going to start to doubt the Most High's ability. They're going to put a time frame on it. You know what, Creator, if you do this for us in X amount of time, then we're going to worship you. But if you don't, then we're going to go down here and we're going to make this man our God. And today, you guys are not being thirsty. You're not drinking from the fountains of living water, but you're not thirsty. And you're worshiping a deity. And you call him the Creator. And he's not the power that your forefathers worshipped. Something new in creation. Read on, let's see.
Verse 14. They will be consumed with famine, they and their wives and their children. Before the sword comes against them, they will be laid low in the streets where they dwell. And you will pay them back with evil because they rebelled and didn't meet you face in peace. Their words were pleasing in the sight of Holofernes and in the sight of all his servants. And he ordered them to do as they had spoken. And the army of the children of Ammon moved with them 5,000 of the children of Ashur, and they encamped in the valley. They seized the waters and the springs of the waters of the children of Israel. And the children of Esau went up to the children of Ammon and encamped in the hill country near Dosaim. They sent some of them toward the south and toward the east near Ekrabel, which is near Chusi, that is upon the brook of Machmor. The rest of the army of the Assyrians encamped in the plain and covered all the face of the land. Their tents and baggage were pitched upon it in a great crowd. They were exceedingly great multitude. The children of Israel cried to the Creator, their power, for their spirit fainted, for all their enemies had surrounded them. There was no way to escape out from among them. All the army of Ashur remained around them, their footmen and their chariots and their horsemen, 34 days. All their vessels of water ran dry for all the inhabitants of Bethulia. Their cisterns were emptied, and they had no water to drink their fill for one day, for they rationed drink by measure.
And this frightened us.
Mhm.
When a man is hungry, when a man is thirsty, he will begin to do things that he ordinarily wouldn't do. They knew this, the Assyrians. They knew this. So therefore, they starved us out of those things just to have us to humble ourselves. And we was ready to do it. Watch and read. Please listen.
Verse 22. Their young children were discouraged. The women and the young men fainted for thirst. They fell down the streets of the city, and in the passages of the gates. There was no longer any strength in them. All the people, including the young men and the women and the children, were gathered together against Ozias and against the rulers of the city. They cried with a loud voice and said before all the elders, "The Creator be judged between all of you and us, because you have done us great wrong, and that you have not spoken words of peace with the children of Ashur. Now we have no helper, but the Creator has sold us into their hands, that we be laid low before them without thirst and great destruction."
Now, why would they assume that the Most High forsook them?
Right.
Well, what happened was when they prayed to the Most High, he took too long to respond. And they began to get weary. They began to be concerned that the Most High wasn't going to respond to them at all. So they began, as most men do, they begin the process of taking matters in their own hands to do what they feel is best for them. I had a talk with a sister last night. She called me, was that last night or the night before? It might have been the night before. She called me the other night and she was telling me about how she's so fed up with the house of Israel. There's no righteousness there. You know, she's been abused and misused many a times, and I understand where she's coming from. Every time she turned to an Israelite thinking that he would help her, he ended up trying to do other things with her, and she ended up never getting the help she thought she was going to get. And it's hard for a sister out here. I know it is. Sisters, I'm with you. I know it's hard for you to find somebody that you can trust. You just got to be careful who you trust. And her complaint was that she go to this spiritual leader and he turned out not to be what she thought he was. So now she's dispelled. She don't know what to do. She's going to turn her back. So she said she's going to turn her back on Israel for a little while. She's going to walk away from Israel for a period of time. My suggestion would be that she doesn't do that. My suggestion was to her that she would continue on the course that she's been on, you know, and continue to worship and honor the Most High. There's a lot of people who, when their relationships end with the man that was in their lives who was worshiping the Most High, they stop worshiping the Most High as well. That's why I love this sister here that we're reading about, Yahudith. That's one of the reasons why I love her so much and love hearing her story. Because what Yahudith did, her husband had died like 3 or 4 years prior. Her husband had died, and she remained faithful to the Most High. Under all circumstances of her life, she remained faithful to him. And that says a lot about her character. Even with the story of Ruth, Ruth did a very similar thing. Ruth didn't have to stay with Naomi after her husband died, but she did. There's a whole lot of beauty in a sister when a sister loves the Most High. And you can see that because she will be tested. And when she's tested, she comes through. Because no matter what man she's with, she's going to worship the King of creation. That's a beautiful thing. It's sad when you hear about a man and a woman breaking up And when they was both worshiping the Most High. And when they break up, that woman goes off and do whatever she's doing prior to meeting that man, learning about the Creator. That's if the man brought her into the worship of the Most High. But it's sad. It is. Because sisters, I need you to know that no man makes you the woman that you are unless you allow him to make you to be the woman that you want to be. And I hope y'all understand what I'm saying to you. That means that you have a choice in the matter. Either you're going to serve the Most High or you're not. It's just that simple. And it's not because you have a man in your life that's going to make you want to serve the Creator. And don't get illusioned like the children of Israel that we're reading about in the scriptures, because you've been asking for the Most High for a particular thing for so many years and you're not getting it. You begin to leave off your service to the Most High and go about grab you a heathen man, grab you another man that worship another power just for the sake of having a warm body in your arms. Don't do that to the Most High. He's worth more than that. It might take you 10 years, but it's all about who you are, where you were, and where you want to be. The Most High have you in reserve for a reason. Maybe it's to purify you. Maybe it's to cleanse you. But for whatever the reason is, don't abandon the Creator. And anybody that's teaching about the Creator, you got to be careful. You got to look around. But anybody that's teaching about the Creator will also be able to guide you in the proper way that you can learn about the Most High even further than what you already know. And if you're in a place of worship and you don't find yourself advancing in your relationship with the Creator, not that artificial advancing, I'm talking about the real advancing, where you can feel the Most High emanating inside your soul. When you go sit to these classes, you leave these classes and you feel enlightened. You feel lifted. You feel new. You feel like you got an opportunity to do what you hadn't done previously in life. That's how you know when the Most High is a part of that class. Because they're leading you to more and you're discovering more ways to please the Creator. That's how you know He's there. See, there will be a lot of teachers that will constantly tell you about the same things over and over and over every year with no distractions, because they go on by the book that tells them what chapter, what verse they should be on, the book that tells them what they should be teaching, and the book that tells them how to teach that. They have those books. You don't need that when you got the Spirit of the Most High, because the Spirit of the Most High will have you in a completely different direction. You'll be reading one thing and interpreting and translating it for the people, and those people who follow that certain dialogue will all be on the same chapter. They got unity in that, and they all be teaching exactly the same. That's not how the Most High operates. That's not where His Spirit is. Because He has a different message for you to give to the people than He has for that person to give to the people, even than the one He has for me to give to the people. It's a different message. Now, when you combine all the messages together, you'll get a running, consistent situation, thought, and ideal. But if everybody teaching the same thing on the same thing on the same day, what's the difference? And they all teaching the exact same way. What's the difference? Where's the genuine and the creativity of the Creator in all of that? Let's read on, sis.
Verse 26. And now summon them and deliver up the whole city as prey to the people of Holofernes and to all his army. For it is better for us to be made a plunder to them, for we will be servants, and our souls will live, and we will not see the death of our babies before our eyes. and our wives and our children fainting in death.
Now, they're actually saying it's better for us to be slaves than for us to die. And that's why a lot of us today keep our mouths shut, because we know we're slaves, but yet we're alive. And if we start speaking words of power, bringing truth to power, then that's going to cause the enemies to look at us in a different way, and they might send somebody after us. Read on, please. I know that me doing what I'm doing is risking my life every day. Every time I come on this platform and speak the truth and try to raise the intellect and the intelligence spiritually within our people, I know that the enemy's watching. And I know that they're just waiting to carefully choose a time and a place where they can try to skillfully get in there to destroy me. I know that. But I'm going to do my very best while I'm doing it. And I'm going to trust in the Most High for his protection. And I'm going to keep my eyes open and keep them looking around so I can fight off those who I see as a threat or a danger to me, my life, and my safety. And the safety of all those that the Most High has put under my command. It's my job to be their protector through the mercies of the Most High. Read on, please.
Verse 28. We take to witness against you the heaven and the earth, and our power, the creator of our fathers, who punishes us according to our sins and the sins of our fathers. Do what we have said today. And there was a great weeping of all with one consent in the midst of the assembly. And they cried to the Most High with a loud voice.
So here we got it again. The people coming together with one consent, and they cry out to the Most High again. Mm-hmm. And he hears them. Read on, please.
Verse 30. And Uzziah said unto them, Brethren, be of good courage. Let us endure 5 more days, during which the Creator, our power, will turn his mercy towards us, for he will not forsake us utterly. But if these days pass, and no help comes to us, I will do what you say. Then he dispersed the people, every man to his own camp, and they went to the walls.
This is a reminder. Pray. This is a reminder. Pray.
Then he dispersed the people, every man to his own camp, and they went away to the walls and towers of their city. He sent the women and children into their houses. They were brought very low in the city.
So the men are being in charge now. The men are taking over. And the men are demonstrating what males do with no spiritual discernment. Even the high priest wasn't on point, because he too doubted. Matter of fact, it was his decision to do this. He brought this up to the people, that after 5 days, we'll get the Most High up to 5 days. And then after that, we're going to go down here and serve this master. So how strong was the priest really was? How strong was he? Read on, please. It took a woman, and I want to say this because there's a lot of men or males who believe that there's no use or no good use for a woman except that she lay underneath of you.
Come on.
Cook your food and clean your house, and that's it. They believe, a lot of males believe that that's the only use for a woman. And I'm here to tell you that it's not so. The Creator created a woman to be a helpmate for the man, to help him, to be a helpmate. That means a mate that can help him, a helper. And it just don't mean in the household. We got to really understand what the power of a woman is, especially a woman like Yahudith, because we getting ready to read about a dynamite sister. And if just half of our sisters today could emulate the movements of Yahudit, oh man, this battle will be halfway over.
Come on.
She's wise. She's smart. She's intelligent. More than that, she fears the Creator. And that's the part that makes her golden, because she fears the Most High. She fears the Most High so much that her husband had been dead for a long time, and she still wouldn't violate or disrespect and lay with another man. That's how much she feared the Creator. Man, there's a lot of women today, boy, their husband die, they in the arms of another man tomorrow, talking about I love you, just like they told their husband they loved him. Just watch, pay attention. Read on, please.
Reading out of the Apocrypha from the book of Judith, chapter 8, verse 1. In those days, Yehudi heard about this. She was a daughter of Merari, the son of Ox, the son of Joseph, the son of Oziel, the son of Elkiah, the son of Anina, the son of Gideon, the son of Raphaim, the son of Atub, the son of Elihu, the son of Eliab, the son of Nathaniel, the son of Salamiel, the son of Salasadai, the son of Israel.
Now, what I would like to know is, when have you ever seen scriptures get a genealogy of a woman?
Right.
I mean, he went back, how many generations? Like 10 generations. When have you ever, through your history of reading the Tanakh, seen them giving the history of a female? So that lets you know how extraordinary Yehudith was. Yehudith, which was the daughter of Merari. And that's not the Merari, the priestly tribe. She's a Simeonite. Read on, please.
Verse 2. Her husband was Manasseh of her tribe and her family. He died in the days of the barley harvest, for he stood over those who bound sheaves in the field, and the heat came upon his head, and he fell upon his bed and died in the city of Bethula. So they buried him with his fathers in the field, which is between Dosaim and Balaman.
So her husband was a man who was a head, like a leader. He wasn't just no regular dude. He was above just regular people. He was a commander. He was over top of the people who did all the sheafing and grabbed the foods out of the fields so we can eat. And he died one day. But he died, and when he did after he died was even greater than what he did when he was alive, is he left her with land, with food, with gold, with silver. He took care of her even in his death, as every man should do for his family. The best way that a man could do it today is through a life insurance policy, just in case he happens to leave and the Most High calls him home. If you educate your wife correctly, as you should, if you're even educated, she will learn what to do with this money or this KSF, this silver, this gold, and this land. She will learn what to do with all these things because you've educated her. Now, if you don't educate her and you give her all these things, she's going to be wanting again a few years later. So the job of a man is very important, but you can say for sure that this man did his job the way he left his wife. Read on, please.
Verse 4. Judith was a widow in her house 3 years and 4 months. She made herself a tent upon the roof of her house and put on sackcloth upon her loins the garments of her widowhood were upon her.
She honored her husband by never giving herself to another man. A lot of women out here today, they can't wait for their man to die so they can go experience what it's like to be with somebody else. They can't wait. Some of them don't even wait till he dies. Some of them sneak around and do it anyway while he's alive. And then they pop up in service and Shabbat service later in that week like they ain't did no sin. And they don't ask for forgiveness. They might have asked for forgiveness the first 2 times, but after that, you start getting accustomed to it. You forget even that it's a sin because you start living in that lifestyle. Yehudith wasn't like that. Yehudith honored her husband even after he got called back to the Most High. She honored him. And she never laid with another man. She had no reason to. First thing is that she had no reason to because she was provided for by her late husband. And she was a part of her communal tribe. She had spiritual guidance. She had leadership. She had everything she needed. She had men looking after her. She was cool. She was cool. So why does she need another man in her life? She mastered the discipline of sexual control. She mastered that. And that's what a lot of us fall short. That's where we fall short right there. Male and female sexual discipline. Most of us don't have it. Most of us don't have it. And we fall victim to it every time. Read on, sis. Let's watch the story of Sister Yehudith.
Verse 6. And she fasted all the days of her widowhood.
She did what?
She fasted all the days of her widowhood.
For 3 years and 4 months, she been fasting. This lady ain't no joke. You know, we talk about a P31 woman, Proverb 31 woman, Proverb 31 woman. Who talks about Yehudith?
Come on.
Because she giving it up. It's so, we just got on a chapter about her, and she has taught so much to how a woman should live in this little bit of time. And you ain't even heard the best of it yet. There's still more to come. This woman was phenomenal. She was an unbelievable woman. And watch how she takes control and dominate over men. And all at the same time being respectful and being humble and being a flower. This woman is unbelievable. The power she has. The intelligence that she worked with. And I want to say she's a prophetess. I want to say that after this reading, y'all come and let me know what y'all think. Because she's going to say a thing and that thing going to happen just like she said it. That's what a prophetess is. This woman ain't no joke. Let's read on, please. It's a lot you can learn about how a woman should conduct herself from Sister Yehudith. Read on, please.
Verse 6. And she fasted all the days of her widowhood, except the eves of the Shabbat, the eves of the new moons, and the feast, joyful days of the house of Israel.
So she fasted all those days up until a feast day, a new moon, or a Shabbat day, because she didn't want to carry any sorrow in on those days. So therefore she ate. Read on, please.
Verse 7. She was of a goodly countenance.
She was a beautiful woman. Hey, ho, ho, ho. It wasn't that she couldn't get a man.
Come on.
She didn't want a man. She didn't want a man because she already had her man who departed this life, and she held on to him with her dear life. She honored him in her in his death. Beautiful woman. You tell a young lady today, you say, listen, after I die, I don't want you to get no other husband. She'll be saying, why? I got the right to live. I got the right to express myself. I got the right to do this. I got the right to do that. Why would you do that? That's the woman that don't really love you. Because when a woman really loves you, she won't even think about another man entertaining her. That's whether you're dead or alive. If she really loves you the way that a woman's supposed to love a man, like Yehudith loved her husband, she won't even think about another man ever doing anything to bring her comfort, ever. But at the same time, brothers, in order for you to earn that from a woman, you have to have it set up for her that if you do meet an unexpected demise, that she'll be cool. And if you have that set up for her, then there's no reason for her to go out and seek, because she's already should be in discipline over her sexuality. She should have sexual discipline. She should master that. Read on, sis. Let's go. Be careful who you trust.
Verse 7. She was of a goodly countenance and exceedingly beautiful to behold.
She
Her
was.
husband-
I can't get over that part, man.
Mhm.
You know, it's easy for an ugly girl to hold on, but for a pretty, attractive girl with a nice body to be celibate and got her faculties and her mind in order, man, that's kind of, she had to do a lot of resisting. Read on, please.
Okay. Her husband Manasseh had left her
What?
gold and
He left her what?
had left her gold, silver, men servants, maid servants, cattle, and lands. She remained on those lands.
He was still providing for her even in his death. He left her gold and silver, land, cattle, men servant, and maid servants. He left her set up. She was on point. So that shows you how he was living. He was getting it. And he helped her to inherit all that he had. Now, I didn't see anything about this, him having any children. I didn't see anything about children. But the only thing I saw was he took care of his wife. He took care of his family. Read on, man. Read on, please.
Verse 8. No one said anything evil about her, for she feared the Most High exceedingly.
That's the best part of this whole story. She feared the Most High greatly. She wasn't average in her servitude to the Creator. She didn't just go to the house of worship on the Shabbat and then 6 days a week act a fool in the street. That wasn't her. She had her own place of worship set up for the Creator because she was getting it. She had her own place set up, her own little set apart place. And that doesn't mean that she didn't go to the house of worship when Shabbat was here. It doesn't mean that. But whenever she wanted to pray, whenever she wanted to fast, whenever she had something to do to get into, she had her own little spot where she would go to commune with the Spirit and the presence of the Most High. Watch this. Read on, sis, please.
Verse 9. She heard the evil words of the people against the governor, because they fainted for lack of water. And Yehudi heard all the words that Uzziah spoke to them. How he swore to them that he would deliver the city to the Assyrians after 5 days.
She heard that, and it upset her. But what can she do? She a woman. What can she say? She a woman. Upon a city and a town with a whole lot of egotistical men who claim to serve the Most High. What can she do? She can't do nothing, because the ones who are really in charge are those men. Let me tell you how this woman takes control of a situation while over top of men, while still remaining as feminine as possible, in her feminine, humble as possible, righteous as possible, without becoming disrespectful. She did the thing. Watch what she does. Read on, please.
Verse 10. So she sent her maid who was over all the things she had, to summon Ozias, Charbris, and Charmis, the elders of the city. They came to her, and she said to them, "Hear me now, O ye rulers of the inhabitants of Bethulia, for your word that you have spoken before the people this day is not right. You have set the oath which you have pronounced between the Most High and you, and have promised to deliver the city to our enemies, unless within these days the Creator turns to help you. Now who are you that you have tempted our power this day, and stand in the place of the Creator among the children of men?"
Now, I need y'all to pay attention to this, because she just challenged these men. Well, actually, the high priest, she said, "Who are you that you should tempt the Most High and ask him something and then put a time frame on it? Who are you?" What she's saying is, you're not special in the Most High sight. This man is the priest. So how is he really living? What is his lifestyle like? And remember, she summoned those 3 elders to her. She didn't go to them. They came to her. So who really was she? I think she was a prophetess. That's who I think. And they honored her as a prophetess, in my opinion, because when she called for them, they came. Don't no men come to no women. Who are you? You come over here. You think this is about? And that's how we treated women. This woman was a different type of woman. She's commanding men while remaining in her femininity. That's rare. And she does it intelligently. She's a hell of a woman. A hell of a woman. She says, "Y'all come over here." She says, "Now that thing that you just commanded of the Most High, who do you think you are that you could do that to the Creator? It don't go like that." And then later on, she's going to turn around and do the same thing. That's why I think she's a prophetess. Because she's saying, I got the ability to do this. Not only is she saying it, but she's going to demonstrate it. A woman can't teach you nothing. What is wrong with you, brothers? What is wrong with you? A woman can't teach you anything. Who said that a woman can't teach you anything? This story of Yehuda taught those men a whole lot of stuff. Read on, please, and let's get into some of it.
Verse 13. Now try the Creator Almighty, and you will never know anything, for you will not find the depth of the heart of man, and you will not perceive the things that he thinks. How will you search out our power, who has made all these things, and know his mind, and comprehend his purpose? No, my kindred, don't provide the Creator our power to anger. Don't provoke, Slika, our power to anger, for he has not decided to help us within these 5 days. He has power to defend us in such time as he will, or to destroy us before the face of our enemies. But don't you pledge the counsels of the Creator our power, for the Creator is not a man, that he should be threatened, neither as a son of man, that he should be turned by entreaty.
Now, it says the Creator is not a man. And then it says, it already tell you that a man can't be the Creator. And then it says the Creator is not the son of man. I mean, I think that's a direct hit. I hope that wasn't over your head. Keep reading, sis, please. 17.
Verse 17. Therefore, let's wait for the salvation that comes from him, and call upon him to help us. He will hear our voice if it pleases him.
If he so sees fit,
Mm-hmm.
he'll hear our voice. If it pleases him, he'll hear our voice. You can't put no time frame on when the Most High is going to respond. And so many of us do. We put time frames on what we want from the Creator when we want it to happen. Read on, please.
Verse 18.
Instead,
For there arose none in our age, neither is any of us today, tribe or kindred or family or city, which worships the Creator made with hands, as it was in the former days, for which cause our fathers were given to the sword. And
Stop a second. Stop a second. I want to read that again, please. For there arose none in our age. So that means that in our lifetime, they got it together. In their lifetime, they have finally got it together where they stopped practicing idolatry. Neither is there any now in these days, neither tribe, nor family, nor people, nor city among us which worships gods made with hands, as has been aforetime, as our forefathers have did. We're not doing that right now. Y'all follow me? So that is a key indicator of when the Most High is going to reward you, bless you, and strengthen you when no deity has been in your midst for a period of time. She understood that. Read on, please.
Verse 19. For which cause our fathers were given to the sword, and for plunder, and fell with a great fall before our enemies.
What was the reason why their fathers was given to the sword? Idolatry. Bonding partners with the Most High. Saying that this person is the Most High. Saying that that thing is the Most High. And none of that applies when you're dealing with the Creator. She understood that. Read on, please.
Verse 20. But we know no deity beside him. Therefore, we hope that he will not despise us, nor any of our race. For if we are taken so, all Judea will sit upon the ground, and our sanctuary will be plundered. And he will require our blood for profaning it, and the slaughter of our kindred, and the captivity of the land, and the desolation of our inheritance. He will turn upon our heads amongst the Gentiles. Whenever we will be in bondage, we will be an offense and a reproach before those who take us for possession. For our bondage will not be ordered to favor, but the Creator, our power, will turn it to dishonor. And now, kindred, let us show an example to our kindred, because their souls hangs upon us, and the sanctuary, the house, and the altar rest upon us. Besides all of this, let's give thanks to the Creator, our power, who tries us, even as he did our fathers also.
What I said about that earlier? The Most High is trying you. In times when you ask of him, and it seems to be taking too long for you to get what it is that you're asking for, most of the time the Most High is trying you to see if you're worthy. Read on, sis, please.
Verse 26. Remember all the things which he did unto Abraham, and all the things and which he tried Isaac, all the things which happened to Jacob in Mesopotamia of Syria, when he kept the sheep of Laban his mother's brother. For he has not tried us in fire as he did them, to search out their hearts, neither has he taken vengeance on us, But the Creator does scourge them to come near him, to admonish them. And Uzziah said to her, all that you have spoken with a good heart.
See that? He respected what she said, how she said it, for the reasons that she remained in her femininity. That's some power right there. This woman was wise. Read on, please.
Continuing in verse 28. There's no one who will deny your words. For this is not the first day wherein your wisdom is manifested. But from the beginning of your days, all the people have known your understanding, because the deposition of your heart is good. But the people were exceedingly thirsty and compelled us to do as we spoke to them, and to bring an oath upon ourselves, which we will not break. And now pray for us, because you are a godly woman.
He asked her, he's the priest, and he asked her to pray for them.
Mm-hmm.
That's his job. Man.
Mm-hmm. Continuation, verse 31.
That shows you the type of character that she had. She was a phenomenal woman. Read on, please.
Verse 31. Now pray for us, because you are a godly woman, and the Creator will send us rain to fill our cisterns, and we will faint no more.
Do you understand what he just did?
Mm-hmm.
He put the fate of all Israel in the hands of a woman. He says to her, pray for us, and the Most High will give us rain. Do y'all see that? Why couldn't he just do that for himself? Because his arrogance was gone. His ego was gone. He was thirsty. And the Most High made him thirsty to destroy all of that. Man, you will do something when you're hungry and thirsty that you will not do when you ain't hungry and thirsty. When you ain't hungry and thirsty, you can make all these vows and life is easy for you to do. You won't sin. But the moment you get thirsty or hungry, all that is off the table. You start justifying why you're able to do what you previously couldn't do. But this brother was thirsty. He might have been a male chauvinist prior to this, but right now, he's looking for some help wherever he can find it. Who else than a woman that fears the Most High? Read on, sis, please.
Verse 32. Then Yehuda said unto them, hear me, and I will do a thing, which will go down to all generations among the children of our race.
And it's handed down to us today. You're getting it handed down to you today of something that she did thousands of years ago. Read on, sis.
Verse 33. You will all stand at the gate tonight. I will go out with my maid within the days after what you have said, that you will deliver the city to our enemies. The Creator will visit Israel by my hand, but you will not inquire of my act, for I will not declare it to you until the things are finished that I will do.
This is why I say she's a prophetess.
Mm-hmm.
Because she told him what was getting ready to happen, that the Most High was going to deliver the children of Israel by her hand within the time frame that you specified. It took her 3 days out of 5. So she came back with 2 days left. Read on, sis. This is getting good, better and better as we read along, man. This woman is phenomenal. But you know what the true thing about all this is? There's a lot of you sisters right here today on this very page in this very audience that is greater than she. You don't have the opportunity to express it, but your heart is pure. Your intentions are more righteous. Your desires is to be even greater than what she's ever been, but you don't have the opportunity to display that because you got a deadbeat husband. You got a leadership that ain't no good. You got these things in your life, your children or whatever it is in your life is holding you back from giving the Most High the best of you. All I suggest is that you don't allow these things to be excuses, just like she didn't. No matter where you at in your stages of life, if you have that desire inside of you to worship this King to the best of your ability and be your best, do so. Do so, whether you married or not. Whether you in love with a crazy man or not. Do so. Worship the Most High. Give him the best of you. Read on, please.
Verse 35. Then Ozias and the rulers said to her, "Go in peace. May the Creator be before you to take vengeance on our enemies."
Likely Shalom.
So they returned from the tent and went to their stations.
So they just gave her the authority to do this. Did you notice that? They put their blessings upon her. Say, you go ahead and do that. Go in peace and may the Most High be with you. That's what they said to her. And watch what takes place. The first thing she does, watch what it is.
Reading from the book of the Apocrypha, the book of Judith, chapter 9, verse 1. But Yehudith fell upon her face and put ashes upon her head and uncovered the sackcloth with which she was clothed. The incense of that evening was now being offered at Jerusalem in the house of the Creator. And Yehudith cried to the Most High with a loud voice and said,
"O Most High, Elohei Yisrael." Watch what she says.
Verse 2. "O Most High, my Father."
No, that ain't what she said. Watch what she said and read it specifically because this is extremely important. I don't know, maybe your book might say it a little bit different. So go ahead, finish or do it again, please.
Okay. Verse 2. "O Most High, of my father's city."
There you go. There you go. I knew that. You hear what it said? Now, I want you to pay close attention to this because this is extremely, extremely important. If you know a righteous man or a righteous sister, preferably a righteous man, because the man is supposed to be next in line from rulership of the Most High. But if you know a righteous man in your life, then this is a good way for you to make your prayer. I remember one time my wife told me this is how she prayed. She said, when I pray to the power of my husband. And she named me by name. I thought that was the greatest honor that a woman can give to her husband. To pray to the power that he worships. I think, in my opinion, that that's the greatest honor that a woman can give to her husband. That shows that she trusts you that much that she's saying, lead me to the Creator. I'm not acting like I know. Lead me. That's what I'm hearing. And she said this. I never noticed this before until I read the scripture this time around. Watch what she said. Read that again, please. I think that's worth reading again. Read that again, please.
"O Most High, of my father Simeon, into whose hand you gave a sword to take vengeance on the strangers who loosen the belt of a virgin to defile her."
Y'all know what she's talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what she's talking about? She's talking about when Levi and Simeon got that sword and went into Shechem because of what they did to Dinah. She honoring the memory of her father. Read on, please. This is getting better and better.
"Uncover the thigh to her shame, and profane the womb to her reproach. For you said, it will not be so. And they did so."
I don't know if I like your book in this one. Let me read this for a minute.
Okay.
"O Most High, of my father Simeon, to whom thou gavest a sword to take vengeance on the strangers, because they didn't worship the Most High, who loosened the girdle of a maid to defile her, and discover the thigh to her shame, and pollute her virginity to her reproach. For thou sayest, it shall not be so. And yet they did so. It's deep, sis.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm with you.
Verse 3. Therefore you gave their rulers to be slain in their bed, which was ashamed for her who was deceived, to be dyed in blood, and struck the servants with their masters, and the masters upon their thrones, and gave their wives for a prey, and their daughters to be captive, and all their spoils to be divided among your dear children, which were moved with zeal for you, and abhorred the pollution of their blood, and called upon you for aid. O Most High, O my power, hear me. Also, who am a widow.
Do y'all see how she worded that prayer? She ain't no joke, man. She knew what she doing. But it's something else that I want to say here. That Dinah, somebody took her virginity, stole it from her, and a whole lot of people died for it.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all understand what I'm saying? And it went down in history as a powerful thing, a righteous thing. That's the point that I'm trying to make about every time they kill one of us in these streets, unjustifiably, murdering us. And it's on an alarming rate. How many people got murdered last month? It's an alarming rate. And what is the backlash that the people of color, the Hebrew children, what is the backlash or the punishment for them taking our lives? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Had this been in the biblical days, it would be completely different. They took the virginity of that young girl, and all the nobles of that town paid with their lives. Their children took it into captivity. This was deep. But what do we do today when someone does grievous acts toward us? They stealing our children. We read about that. 23,000 something children a day in the U.S. is missing. How many of us are going to stand up for righteousness, or are we going to continue to sit on our hands and say, oh, Most High, do something, when the Most High gave us two hands to go out and do, but we're not doing it? How long is that going to go on? How long are we going to tolerate that? Simeon and Shechem, they didn't do that. Read on, sis.
Verse 5. For you did the things that were before those things, and such as come after. And you planned the things which are now, and the things which are to come. The things which you have planned came to pass.
Look how she's talking to the Most High.
Verse 6. Yes, the things which you determined stood before you and said, behold, we are here. For all your ways are prepared, and your judgment is with foreknowledge. For behold, the Assyrians are multiplied in their power. They are exalted with horse and rider. They were proud of the strength of their footmen. They have trusted in shield, spear, bow, and sling. They don't know that you are the Most High, who breaks the battles. The power is your name. The Creator is your name. Break their strength in your power, and bring down their force in your wrath. For they intend to profane your sanctuary, and to defile the tabernacle where your glorious name rests, and to destroy the horn of your altar with sword. Look at your pride, and send your wrath upon their heads. Give into my hand, which am a widow, that might I have conceived. strike by the deceit of my lips. The servant with prince, the prince with his servant, break down their arrogance by the hand of a woman. For your power stands not in multitude, nor your might in strong men, but you are the power of the afflicted. You are the helper of the minorities, a helper of the weak, a protector of the forsaken, a savior of those who are without hope. Yes, yes. Creator of my father and creator of the inheritance of Yisrael, the power of the heavens and the earth, creator of the waters, king of every creature, hear my prayer. Make my speech and deceit to be their wound and stripe, who intended hard things against your covenant, your holy house, the top of Zion, and the house of the possession of your children. Make every nation and tribe of yours to know that you are the Most High, the power of all power and might, and that there is none other that protects the race of Israel but you.
She just said a mouthful. What a powerful prayer. And all of that came from her, a woman that y'all say women don't know how to pray. Women ain't got no business praying. Women ain't got no business talking, teaching, and leading, and none of that stuff. This is what y'all teach. Look how powerful this woman is. Now let's see if her prayer was accepted. Read on, please.
Reading from the Apocrypha, out of the book of Judith, chapter 10, verse 1. And it came to pass, when she had ceased to cry to the Creator of Israel, and had finished saying all these words, that she rose up where she had fallen down, called her maid, and went down into the house that she used to live in on the Sabbath days and on her feast days. She pulled off the sackcloth which she had put on, took off the garments of her widowhood, washed her body all over with water, anointed herself with rich ointment, braided the hair of her head, put a tiara upon it. She put on her garments of gladness, which she used to wear in the days of the life of Manasseh, her husband.
She put on her garments of gladness. She was a wife that was happy to be married. She did everything to please her husband and keep him in a good position so he can go out and continue to take care of that family. She was a wonderful woman. Wonderful woman. She had garments that she wore as she would smile to her husband. Read on, please, because I'm ready to open up a can of worms. And we ain't got no hooks to grab them worms, so can't open them. Read on, please.
Verse 4. She took sandals for her feet and put her chains around her and her bracelets, her rings, her earrings, and all of her jewelry, and decked herself bravely to deceive the eyes of all men who would see her.
She got sharp. People ain't hardly know who she was because she don't walk around looking like that too often. She just looked regular. They probably didn't even know she had all that. She got pimp daddied out. She got sharp. Put on her jewelry, bathed her body, got all cleaned up, got her turban on, tiara on, garbed up, put her sandals on, smelling like the fresh breeze of frankincense and myrrh. She was ready. And watch what happens. Read on.
Verse 5. She gave her maid a leather container of wine and a flask of oil, and filled a bag with parched corn, lumps of fig, and fine bread. She packed all her vessels together and laid them upon her. They went out to the gate of the city of Bethulia, and found Ozias and the elders of the city, Charbis, and Charmis standing by it. But when they saw her, that her countenance was altered and her apparel was changed, they wondered at her beauty very exceedingly, and said to her, May the Most High of our fathers give you favor and accomplish your purpose to the glory of the children of Israel and to the exaltation of Jerusalem. Then she worshipped the Most High and said to them, Command that they open the gate of the city for me, and I will go out to accomplish the things you spoke with me about. And they commanded the young men to open to her, as she had spoken. And they did so. Then Yehudi went out, she and her handmaid with her. The men of the city watched her until she had gone down the mountain, until she had passed the valley, and they could see her no more. They went straight onward into the valley. The watch of the Assyrians met her, and they took her and asked her, Of what people are you? Where are you coming from? Where are you going? She said, I am the daughter of the Hebrews. I am fleeing away from their presence because they are about to be given you to be consumed, because they're about to be given to you to be consumed. I am coming into the presence of Holofernes, the chief captain of your army, to declare words of truth. I will show him a way that he can go and win all the hill country, and there will not be lacking his men one person, nor one life. Now when the men heard her words and considered her countenance, the beauty thereof was exceedingly marvelous in their eyes.
Look how a beautiful woman just seems to mesmerize men. Look how the beauty of a woman seems to mesmerize men. And these were some dangerous men. The other men of Israel was afraid to confront those men. They got a woman and she did it. She dialed herself up and she played on their lust. She played on it. Read on, please.
Verse 15. You have saved your life, and that you have hurried to come down to the presence of our master. Now come to his tent. Some of us will guide you until they until they deliver you into his hands. But when you stand before him, don't be afraid in your heart, but declare to him according to your words, and he will treat you well. They chose one of them, 100 men, and appointed them to accompany her and her maid.
100 men appointed her to accompany her and her maid. Now, can you imagine what was running? Because to be honest with you, it's one thing to be that righteous person and having the confidence that the Most High will deliver you. But what kind of mindset did her maiden have? Had you even considered that? Because her maiden was risking her life just like her master. She went down there also. And whatever her master said and whatever her master did, that's what she did. But she was risking her life as well. What kind of mindset did she have? And she's going to be at the tent by herself for a couple days while Yehudi is out with the dude, entertaining the dude. Let's watch this, family. Watch how it goes. Read on, sis, please.
Verse 18. And there was a great excitement throughout all the camp, for her coming was reported amongst the tents. And they came and surrounded her as she stood outside Holofernes' tent, until they told him about her. They marveled at her beauty. And
they escorted her with 100 men.
Facts. They marveled at her beauty and marveled at the children of Israel because of her. Each one said to his neighbor, who would despise this people that have among them such women? For it is
Wow.
not good that one man of them be left, seeing
Wow.
that if they are let go, they will be able to deceive the whole earth.
Mm.
Those who lay near Holofernes and all of his servants went out and brought her into his tent. And Holofernes was resting upon his bed under the canopy, which was woven with purple, gold, emeralds, and precious stones. And they told him about her. And he came out of the space before his tent with silver lamps going before him. But when Yehudith came before him and his servants, they all marveled at her beauty and her countenance. She fell upon her face and bowed down to him, but his servants raised her up. Reading out of the Apocrypha, the book of Judith, chapter 11, verse 1. Holofernes said unto her, Woman, take courage. Don't be afraid in your heart, for I never hurt anyone who has chosen to serve Nebuchadnezzar, king of all the earth. And now if your people who dwell in the hill country have not slighted me, I would not have lifted up my spear against them, but they have done these things to themselves. And now tell me why you fled from them and came to us, for you have come to save yourself. Take courage, you will live tonight and hereafter. For there is no one that will wrong you, but all will treat you well, as is done to the servants of the king Nebuchadnezzar my lord. And Yehuda said to him, Receive the words of your servant, and let your handmaid speak in your presence, and I will declare no lie to my lord this night. If you will follow the words of your handmaid, the Creator will bring the things to pass perfectly with you, and my Lord will not fail to accomplish his purposes. As Nebuchadnezzar's king of all earth lives, and all his power lives, who has sent you for the preservation of every living thing, not only do men serve him by you, but also the beasts of the field of the cattle, and all the birds in the sky, who live through your strength in the time of Nebuchadnezzar and of all his house. For we have heard your wisdom and the subtle plans of your soul. It has been reported in all the earth that you only are brave in all the kingdom, mighty in knowledge, and wonderful in feats of war. And now as concerning the matter which Achor spoke in your council, we have heard his words. For men of Bethulia saved him, and he declared to them that he has spoken before you. Therefore, O Lord and Master, don't neglect his words, but lay upon it in your heart. For it is true, for our race will not be punished, neither will the sword prevail against them, unless they sin against their power. And now that my Lord be not defeated and frustrate of his purpose, and the death may fall upon them, their sin has overtaken them, with which they provoke their power to anger, whenever they do wickedness. Since their food failed them, and all of their water was scant, they took counsel to lay upon their cattle, and to determine to consume all those things which the Creator charged them by his laws, that they should not eat. They resolved to spend the first fruits of the corn, and the tenths of the wine, and the oil, which they have sacrificed, which they have sanctified and preserved for the priests who stand before the face of our power in Jerusalem, which things it is not fitting for any of the people so much as to touch with their hands, they have sent some to Jerusalem, for they also that dwell there have done this thing, to bring them permission from the council of elders. It will be, when word comes to them, and they do it, they will be given to you, to be destroyed that same day. Therefore I, your servant, knowing all of this, fled away from their presence. The Creator sent me to work things with you, at which all the earth will be astonished, even as many as hear it. For your servant is religious and serves the Creator of heaven day and night. Now, my Lord, I will stand with you, and your servant will go out by night into the valley. I pray to the Creator, and he will tell me when they have committed their sins. Then I will come and show it also to you. Then you will go out with your army, and there will be none of them that will resist you. And I will lead you through the midst of Judea until you come to Jerusalem. I will set your seat in the midst of it. You will drive them as sheep that have no shepherd, and a dog will not so much to open its mouth before you. For these things were told to me according to my foreknowledge, and were declared to me as I was sent to tell you. Her words were pleasing.
Now is she lying? Yeah, she is. She's making all that up to win his favor. Read on, please. But she's a righteous woman.
She's doing it for him.
Verse 20. Her words were pleasing in the sight of Holofernes and all of his servants. They marveled at her wisdom and said, there is not such a woman from one end of the earth to the other for beauty of face and wisdom of words. Holofernes said to her, the Creator did well to send you before the people, that might be in our hands, and destruction among those who slighted my word, my Lord. And now you are beautiful in your countenance, and wise in your words. If you will do as you have spoken, your Creator will be my Creator, and you will dwell in the house of King Nebuchadnezzar, and will be renowned throughout the whole earth.
So she has captivated his mind. She has him fully unguarded. He's fully captivated. He wants to know more of her now. He's entrenched. It's really his lust that's causing him to be blinded. Like so many of us today, it be our lust that causes us to avoid from seeing the red flags when they rise up. Our lust. Let's think, family. Let's think. Read on, please.
Reading from out of the Apocrypha, from the book of Judith, chapter 12, verse 1. He commanded that she be brought in where his silver vessels were set in axe, that his servant should prepare some of his own meats for her, and that she should drink from his own wine. And Yehuda said, I will not eat of it, lest there be an occasion.
What'd she say? What'd she say?
I will not eat of it.
Why?
Lest there be an occasion of stumbling.
Why did she say she wouldn't eat of his wine or his food?
Because it had that spirit.
There you go. That spiritual presence. You can't eat people's food who don't worship the Most High as you do. So hard. If they're worshiping devils and demons and idols and images, you ain't got no business eating their food. Yehuda was strong. She recognized that. She said, I can't eat your food. I can't do it. Read on, please.
Continuation of verse 2. But provision was made for me of the things that have come with me.
She brought her own food with her from Yerushalayim. Read on, please.
And Holofernes said to her, but if the things that are with you should fail, from where we will be able to give you more like it. for there is none of your race with us. And Yehuda said to him, as your soul lives, my Lord, your servant will not spend those things that are with me. Unto the Creator works by my hand the things that he has determined. Then Holofernes' servants brought her into the tent, and she slept until midnight. Then she rose up toward the morning watch, and sent toward the morning watch, and sent to Holofernes, saying, let my Lord now command that they allow your servant to go out to pray. Holofernes commanded his guards that they should not stop her. She stayed in the camp 3 days and went out every night into the valley of Bethula and washed herself at the fountain of the water in the camp. And when she came up, she implored the Creator, the power of Israel, to direct her way to the rising up of the children of his people. She came in clean and remained in the tent until she ate her food toward the evening.
Now, she ate her food toward the evening. Once that evening comes, it's going to start a new day. Watch this.
Verse 10. It came to pass on the 4th day that Holofernes made a feast of his own servants only, and called none of the officers to the banquet. And he said to Begos, the eunuch, who was in charge over all that he had, go now and persuade this Hebrew woman who is with you, that she come to us, eat and drink with us.
They're going to try to persuade her now. See, and she's getting desperate because she got to do what she got to do to see this prophecy. And if she don't eat, they're going to make her think like, you ain't really worth being trusted either. But let's go on. Let's read on. Let's see what's happening.
Verse 12. For behold, it is a shame for our person if we will let such a woman go, not having her company. For if we don't draw her to ourselves, she will laugh at us to scorn. Bagoas went from the presence of Holofernes and came into her and said, let this fair lady not fear to come to my Lord and to be honored in his presence, and to drink wine and be merry with us, and to make this day as one of the daughters of the children of Ashur, which wait in the house of Nebuchadnezzar.
So what they're asking for her to become one of them, to live like they live, to worship who they worship, to drink and eat as they drink and eat. Read on.
Verse 14. Yehuda said unto him, who am I that I should contradict my Lord? For whatever will be pleasing in his eyes, I will do speedily, and this will be my joy to do the day of my death.
She talking that talk, ain't she? She talking that talk. She said, bring me to the man.
Facts.
Who am I to dispute what he's saying for me to do? Silly old me. Let's go. Bring me to him.
Verse 15. She rose and decked herself with apparel and all of her woman's attire, and her servant went and laid fleeces on the ground for her next to Holofernes, which she had received from Bagoas for her daily use, that she might sit and eat upon them.
Now let me say something else to you. She's moving in a spirit of elegance also. And I don't know if a lot of you see that, but she's moving like a princess with a spirit of elegance. And she's decked out with silver and gold and nice fine dresses. See, all of that is making this man desire her even more. And she knows it. And she's good at what she's doing. And she is so in the feminine, it's unbelievable. Read on, please.
Verse 16. And Judith came in and sat down, and Holofernes' heart was ravished with her. His soul was moved, and he exceedingly desired her company. He was watching for a time to deceive her. From the day that he had seen her, Holofernes said to her, "Drink now and be merry with us." And Yehuda said, "I will drink now, my lord, because my life is magnified me in this day more than all the days since I was born." Then she took and ate and drank before him what her servant had prepared. Holofernes took great delight in her and drank exceedingly much wine. And then he had drunk at any time in one day since he was born.
So the guy got drunk.
Mm-hmm.
She intentionally allowed him to get drunk. She probably was talking that talk to him, filling his head with illusions, and he drinking, thinking that she's drinking with him. She probably was drinking apple juice. But if you notice, she still ain't ate their food. She ate the food that her maid brought. But she told them, "Yeah, I'm going to eat with you and drink with you, but I ain't going to eat your food and drink your water, your juice, or your wine." But yet, they don't know what's going on, but she does. She has a plan. Read on, please.
Reading out of the Apocrypha, the book of Judith, chapter 13, verse 1. But when the evening had come, his servants hurried to depart. Bagoas shut the tent outside and dismissed those who waited from the presence of his lord. They went away to their beds, for they were all weary, because the feast had been long.
So now, for all of you who are thinking, no, she did not have intercourse with this guy. She did not violate herself and have to succumb to that type of treatment or disrespecting of her body. But she played the game all along like she was with it. Y'all follow me?
Mm-hmm.
Watch what happens.
Verse 2. But Yehudi was left alone in the tent with Holofernes, lying upon his bed, for he was drunk with wine. Yehudi had said to her servant that she should stand outside her bedchamber and wait for her to come out, as she did daily, for she said she would go out to her prayer. She spoke to Bagoas according to the same words. All went away from her presence, and none was left in the bedchamber, small or great. Yehudi, standing by his bed, said in her heart, "O Most High, Creator of all power, look in this hour upon the works of my hands for the exaltation of Jerusalem. For now is the time to help your inheritance and do the thing that I have purposed, to the destruction of the enemies which have risen against us." She came to the rail of the bed, which was at Holofernes' head, and took down his scimitar from there. She drew near to the bed, took a hold of the hair of his head, and said, "Strengthen me, O Most High, power of Israel, this day." She struck twice upon his neck with all her might, and took away his head from him, tumbled his body down from the bed, took down the canopy from the pillars. After a little while, she went out and gave Holofernes' head to her maid, and she put it in her bag of food. They both went out together to prayer according to their custom. They passed through the camp, circled around the valley, and went up to the mountains of Bethula, and came to his gate. Yehuda said afar off.
Stop for a second, please. Not for a second, please.
Mm-hmm.
So every day she was meeting with them. She stayed there for 3 days. And every day she would meet with them, she would always leave the camp at a certain time and go pray. But that was just her setting it up for her escape. You see, she was wise. She was thinking, she carefully thought all this out. And when she cut that man's head off, nobody stopped her because she normally did this. And she had the governor's permission to do so. So nobody got in her way. They got a bag with the man's head in it. Read on, please.
Verse 11. Yehuda said far off of the watchman at the gates, Open the gate now. The Creator is with us, even our power, to show his power, yet in Israel, and his might against the enemy, as he has done this even to this day. It came to pass, when the men of her city heard her voice, they made haste to go down to the gate of their city. They called together the elders of the city. They all ran together, both small and great, for it was strange to them that she had come. They opened the gate and received them, making fire to give light, and surrounded them. She said to them with a loud voice, Praise, O Most High, praise him, praise the Most High, who has not taken away his mercy from the house of Israel, but destroyed our enemies by my hand tonight. Then she took out the head of the bag and showed it.
Stop. This woman was phenomenal. Now, how many women really got the strength and the might to cut a man's head off?
Mm-hmm.
That's how you know you're dealing with a real killer. If somebody can take out a knife and chop off your head, and you notice she did it with 2 strikes. 2 strikes it took her to cut off that man's head. And then she took the head, put it in a bag, and walked. Like, well, no. She had to be in a different mindset. You understand? She had to be zoned out. She had to be zoned in. She had to be focused. That wasn't who she regularly was. She didn't normally walk around cutting off people's heads.
Right.
She understood that she was on a mission. She had a purpose. She had to become something that she wasn't. She had to have the ability to put this man to death, and she did it by decapitating him. There's some true gangster stuff right there. And it happened at the hands of a woman. She used all the assets that she had in her favor, her beauty, her jewelry, her dress, her handmaiden, her fleece. She used all that to her benefit to achieve her goal, and her elegance and her femininity. She was the bomb. She made all the men desire her. And you know, when the men desire, they usually take you to the leader and give you to the leader. He thought he was going to get her. They gave her respect from the door. Mm-hmm. But remember, the Most High blessing was over all of this. But they gave her respect from the door. Thinking that the king, he going to love her. Or, you know, the governor, he going to love her. And he did. He loved her. He fell right in love with her as soon as he saw her. The moment he saw her, he fell in love. But he didn't know that was the last woman he was ever going to love in his life. He didn't know. He must have forgot. Read on, please, sis.
Verse 15.
Cut that man's head right off his body and walked around for miles with it in a bag. She had to be a special breed.
Verse 15.
Right.
Then she took the head out of the bag and showed it, and said to them, Behold, the head of Holofernes, the chief captain of the army of Ashur, and behold, the canopy on which he laid in his drunkenness. The Creator struck him by the hand of a woman. And as the Most High lives, who preserved me in my way that I went, my countenance deceived him to his destruction.
What was that? Her beauty. Her beauty deceived him.
To his destruction.
Y'all hear that, men?
Mm-hmm. And he didn't commit sin with me to defile me and shame me.
So she never laid down. That's what she's saying. She said, I didn't give him a piece of me. It was his imagination and how he thought he was going to have me that gave me the leeway to cut his head off. Read on, sis, please.
Verse 17. All the people were exceedingly amazed and bowed themselves to worship the Most High and said with one accord, Blessed are you, O Most High, our power, which have this day brought to nothing the enemies of your people. Ozias said to her, Blessed are you, daughter, in the sight of the Most High, above all the women of the earth, and blessed is the Creator, who created the heavens and earth, who directed you to cut off the head of the prince of our enemies. For your hope will not depart from the heart of men that remember the strength of the Most High forever. May the Creator turn these things to you for perpetual praise, to visit you with good things, because you didn't spare your life by reason of affliction of our race, but avenged our fall, walking a straight way before our power. And all the people said, Hallelujah, Selah. Reading from out of the Apocrypha, from the book of Judith, chapter 14, verse 1. And Yehudi said to them, Hear me now, my kindred. Take his head.
Take what? Take what? What does it say right there when you're reading?
Take this head.
Take this head. So that means she's standing there holding it. Take this head and hang it up. This woman is something, man. She's something. Read on, sis. Don't let me interrupt you. Get on out of your system.
Take this head and hang it up upon the battlement of your wall. It will be so. Soon as the morning appears and the sun comes up on the earth, you will each take up his weapons of war, and every valiant man of you will go out of the city. You will set a captain over them, as though you would go down to the plain toward the watch of the children of Ashur. But you will not go down. These will take up their full armor and will go into their camp and rouse up the captains of the army of Ashur. They will run together to Hophan's tent. They won't find him. Fear will fall upon them, and they will flee before your face. You men, all the inhabitants, every coast of Israel will pursue them and overthrow them as they go. But before you do these things, summon Achor, the Ammonite, to me, that he may see and know him that despise the house of Israel. And sent him to us as if it were to death. And they called Achor out of the house of Ozias. But when he came, he saw the head of Holofernes in a man's hand in the assembly of the people. He fell upon his face, and his spirit failed. But when they recovered him, he fell at Yehudi's feet and bowed down to her and said, Blessed are you in every tent of Judah, and in every nation which hearing your name will be troubled. Now tell me all the things you have done in these days. And Yehudi declared to him in the midst of people, and all the things that she had done, from the day that she went out until the time she spoke to them. But when she finished speaking, the people shouted with a loud voice and made a joyful noise in the city. But when Achor saw all the things that the Creator of Israel had done, he believed in our power, in the Creator exceedingly, and circumcised the flesh of his foreskin, and was joined to the house of Israel that day.
He absolutely believed in the Most High. Anytime a grown man gonna go get circumcised,
That's
he gotta believe in the Most High, and that's exactly what he did. He came under the covenant of the Most High because he saw the power of the Most High through a woman. And you say a woman can't teach you nothing. What's wrong with you, brother? What is wrong with you? That woman caused that, through her actions and her deeds, it caused that man to embrace the power of the Most High. So much that he allowed somebody to circumcise him, cut all that foreskin off his penis, his follicle, and endured that pain to show his loyalty and his commitment to the Most High King. This is deep. This is deep. So much in this story to behold. Read on, sis, please.
verse 11. But as soon as the morning arose, they hanged the head of Holofernes upon the wall, and every man took upon his weapons, and they went out by bands to the ascent of the mountain. But when the children of Assur saw them, they sent word to their leaders. But they went to their captains and tribunes, and to every one of their rulers. They came to Holofernes' tent, and said to him, that was all over. They came to Holofernes' tent, and said to him, that was over all that he had. Wake our Lord up now, for the slaves have been bold to come down against us to battle, that they may be utterly destroyed. But Gonus went in and knocked at the outer door of the tent, for he supposed that he was sleeping with Yehudith. But when no one listened to him, he opened it and went into the bedchamber and found him cast upon the threshold dead, his head had been taken from him.
Dead. Headless.
Verse 16. He cried with a loud voice, with weeping and groaning, and entered into the tent where Yehudith lodged. And he didn't find her. He leaped out to the people and cried aloud, the slaves have dealt treacherously. One woman of the Hebrews has brought shame upon the house of the king of Nebuchadnezzar. For behold, Holofernes lies upon the ground, and his head is not on him. But when the rulers of the army of Ashur heard the words, they tore their coats, and their soul was troubled exceedingly. Hold on a minute.
You all right, sis?
Came, slick eye.
19.
They tore their clothes exceedingly and cried, an exceedingly great noise in the midst of the camp. Reading from the book of the Apocrypha, the book of Judith, chapter 15, verse 1. When those who were in the tent heard, they were amazed at what happened. Trembling and fear fell upon them. No man dared stay any more in the sight of his neighbor, but rushing out with one accord, they fled into every way of the plain and of the hill country. Those that had encamped in the hill country around Bethula fled away. And then the children of Israel, everyone who was a warrior among them, rushed out upon them. Uzziah sent to Bethel-Mazaim, Bebai, Chobai, and Chola, and to every coast of Israel to tell about the things that had been accomplished, and that all should rush upon their enemies to destroy them. But when the children of Israel heard, they all fell upon them with one accord and struck them to Chobai. Yes, in like manner also they of Jerusalem, and all the hill country came, for men had told them about what had happened in their enemies' camp. And those who were in Gilead and Galilee fell upon their flank with a great slaughter until they were past Damascus and its borders. The rest of the people who lived at Bethulia fell upon the camp of Ashur and plundered them and were enriched exceedingly. The children of Israel returned from the slaughter and got possession of which remained. The villages and the cities that were in the hill country and the plain country took many spoils, for there was an exceedingly great supply. Jehoiakim, the high priest, and the elders of the children of Israel who lived in Jerusalem came to see the good things in which the Creator had showed to Israel, and to see Yehudith, and to salute her. When they came to her, they all blessed her with one accord, and said to her, "You are an exaltant of Jerusalem. You are the great glory of Israel. You are the great rejoicing of our race. You have done all these things by your hand. You have done with Israel the things that are good, and the Creator is pleased with it. Blessed be you with the Almighty Creator forever." And all the people said, "Selah." And the people plundered the camp for the space of 30 days. And they gave Holofernes' tent to Yehudith, along with all his silver cups, his beds, his bowls, and all his furniture. And she took and placed them on her mule, and prepared her place. And prepared her wagons, and heaped them on it. And all the women of Israel ran together to see her. They blessed her and made a dance among them for her. She took branches in her hand and distributed them to the women who were with her. Then they made themselves garlands of olives, and she and those who were with her danced, leading all the women. All the men of Israel followed in their armor with garlands and with songs in their mouth. And Yehudi began to sing the song of thanksgiving in all Israel. And all the people sang with loud voices the song of praise. Yehudi said, "Begin a song to my Creator with timbrels. Sing to my Creator with cymbals. Make melody to him with psalm and praise. Exalt him and call upon his name. For the Creator is the Creator that crushes battles. For in his army, in the midst of the people, he delivered me out of the hand of those who persecuted me. Ashur came out of the mountains from the north. He came with tens of thousands of his army. Its multitude stopped the torrents. Their horsemen covered the hills. He said that he would burn up my borders, kill my young men with the sword, throw my nursing children to the ground, give my infants up as prey, and make my virgins a plunder. The Almighty Creator brought them nothing by the hand of the woman. For their mighty one didn't fall by young men, neither did sons of the Titans strike him. Tall giants didn't attack him, but Yehudith, the daughter of Merari, made him weak with the beauty of her countenance. For she pulled off the apparel of her widowhood for the exaltation of those who were distressed in Israel. She anointed her face with ointment, bound her hair in a tiara, and took a linen garment to deceive him. Her sandals ravished her eye.
Ravished his eyes.
God ravished his eye. Her beauty took his soul prisoner. The scimitar passed through his neck. The Persians quaked at her daring. The Medes were daunted at her boldness. Then my lowly ones shouted aloud. My weak ones were terrified and trembled for fear. They lifted up their voice and they fled. The sons of ladies pierced through them, and the wounded them as fugitive children. They perished by the battle of my Creator. I will sing to my Creator a new song. O Most High, you are great and glorious, marvelous in strength, invincible. Let all your creation serve you, for you spoke and they were made. You sent out your spirit and it built them. There is no one who can resist your voice. For the mountains will be moved with their foundation with the waters, and the rocks will melt as wax at your presence. But you are yet merciful to those who fear you. For all sacrifice is little for a sweet favor, and all the fat is very little for a whole burnt offering to you. But he who fears the Creator is great continually. Woe to the nation who rise up against my race. The Creator Almighty will take vengeance on them in the day of judgment, to put fire and worms in their flesh. They will weep and feel their pain forever. Now, when they came to Jerusalem, they worshiped the Creator. When the people were purified, they offered their whole burnt offerings, their free will offerings, and their gifts. Yehuda dedicated all Holofernes stuff, which the people had given her, and gave the canopy which she had taken herself out of his bedchamber for a gift to the Creator. And the people continued feasting in Jerusalem before the sanctuary for 3 months. And Yehudith remained with them. But after these days, everyone departed to his own inheritance. Yehudith went away to Bethulia and remained in her own possession, and was honorable in her time in all land. Many desired her, and no man knew her at all the days of her life. From the day of that Manasseh, her husband, died and was gathered to his people, she increased in greatness exceedingly, and she grew old in her husband's house to 105 years, and let her maid go free. Then she died in Bethulia. They buried her in the cave of her husband Manasseh. The house of Israel mourned for her 7 days. She distributed her goods before she died to all those who were nearest of kin to Manasseh, her husband, and to those who were nearest of her own kindred. There was no one that made the children of Israel afraid any more in the days of Yehudith, nor a long time after her death.
Beautiful story.
Okay.
Beautiful story. Are there any questions or comments, family? Are there any questions or comments? Are there any questions or comments?
I just wanted to say this really quick. You know that movie 300?
Yes.
In the beginning, when they explained how the king sent Holofernes, and how the landscape and environment that the Israelites were living in, how like it was just a small cave, only 2 people could fit between there, and how they had so many men and footmen and just things on their side. It reminded me a lot of that. It reminded me, even when he sent messenger and said he give them the gift of water and dirt, that was the same words that Xerxes used in 300. That was very interesting. It was like that whole part was taken from this story. It was interesting.
Now, the cave was a straight, meaning like a little rock on this side, rock on this side.
Right.
They had to get up to us through that way as a narrow passage. And if they would have done that, we could have killed them, could have picked them off because there would only been 2 of them to kill.
Mhm.
All of those men couldn't fit through there at one time. But you're very observant. That's good. That's good. Very good. I am encouraged to hold more closely to the Most High and his great laws for living, that I not make myself vulnerable to enemy attack. All right. May the Most High be praised. She was loyal and obedient and truly trusted in the Creator, her husband's power. Beautiful piece. Beautiful piece. Anything else you want to say, Sister Ornette? You know, I don't like to interrupt great minds.
No, I was just about to say that I've always heard of this story, but this was actually my first time reading this story, and it was an awesome story. It really
Yes,
was.
it is.
It really is.
Yeah.
Definitely an awesome story.
Powerful story.
One of my favorites now.
Yeah. That's right. It's powerful. Anything you want to say, Emma? You gonna type it? Okay. Wonderful story. Wonderful story. If there aren't any other questions or comments, did anybody want to bring up any questions about anything they may have had? A question in reference to anything that they want to know an answer to? If it is the Most High's will, we'll be able to give you an answer. Anyone? And I do know that it's a little bit of a time delay for some people. So we'll give it a few minutes. But if anybody has any questions about anything that they may have wanted to ask a question earlier in the week, the days, or something they've been holding on to their whole life, if you want to ask those questions, now is the time to do so. All right. No questions, no other comments. Yeah, Yael.
The story of Yael.
May the Most High be praised. Yeah, we might read about Yael next week, Creator willing. All right. Okay, here's a question. Sister Laura has a question. Should men prostitute themselves? I made a call yesterday and was asked to meet a brother who mentioned his wife died a year ago and he's not ready for another woman, yet he looks forward to meet. Is there something else you want to say? I think it might be something else, Sister Laurel. Okay. He looks forward to meet when he gets to Georgia from California. I think that's something you might want to call and talk to me about, sis. That. Yeah.
How are you gonna get your information?
Yeah, it's a whole lot of conversation needed to be had about that, sis. So you might want to give me a call, Akhri Shabbat, so we can talk. The women weren't meant to lead or teach, but there is no law saying that they can't teach. Okay? One of multitude stories showing such. There you go. There you go. May the Most High be praised. There you go. All right. Any other questions or comments, family? Does anyone else have any questions or comments that they want to mention? It could be about anything. Any question that you might have about this way of life, about who we are as a people, about the Creator, about the formation of things, whatever your question may be. Are there any questions? Anybody have any questions? See if we can address those questions. Are there any questions or comments? Do we have anybody to close us out with prayer today? Do we have any announcements today? So you want to go to the One Nation Calendar Coalition and look up the date for Yom Teruah this season. I believe it's September the 17th, I think it is. It's not the 17th? Yeah. It might be the 13th because the last new moon was the 14th. So it might be the 13th. But whenever it is, go look up Yom Teruah, please, so we can know exactly what we're doing. You can go to the One Nation Calendar Coalition.com or .org or .net. One Nation Calendar Coalition. And it'll tell you exactly. It'll tell you exactly when the holy day is. And that's all ideal. It's all a prospective date. We won't know exactly until the new moon appears. And then we'll know emphatically, without a doubt. All right?
So that's the 12th midnight.
So September the 13th, all day the 13th. May the Most High be praised. So if there are no other questions or comments, family, do we have any volunteers to close us out with prayer? So that's why the story was named Be Careful Who You Trust. Because that man trusted her. He trusted her so much that he was around her, got drunk and went to sleep and passed out. And he had just met her. But his lust had blinded him. And his lust has caused him to lose his life. So be careful who you trust. May the Most High be praised. Any questions, any comments, family? And do we have any volunteers to close us out with a prayer? If not, we're going to rise to our feet, turn off all the lights, and we're going to approach unto the Most High King. All right. Abi, our power, our King, our Master, Holy One of Israel, we come unto you, Abi, asking for permission to approach unto your throne. Thank you, Father. Thank you for the wonderful opportunity to serve your people, to obey your voice and speak the words that you have placed in our spirit. Thank you, Father, for giving us understanding and knowledge in places where we were once asleep and void of that knowledge. Thank you for expanding our minds and bringing us into a greater desire to want to live and to live life more abundantly. Thank you for dispelling many of the rumors and the things that people create in their own minds and begin to teach and educate the people with false teachings. We now know that women can teach, that women can lead, that they can do things to help. They can do things to assist your great works. There are many women who are prophetess throughout history that so many just avoid because she did such a wonderful job. Please, Almighty One, remove this form of separation that ignorantly blinds us as a people, that we may walk together, live together, and that each man, each woman who is most qualified for the job take that rightful position to get it done and accomplished. Correct us of our errors and our wrongdoings. Forgive us of our sins and our iniquities, and teach us to trust in you for everything that we do. For great art thou, our power, our King and our Master, ruler of the universe, and great are thy wondrous works. The whole earth is full of your glory. All praise, all glory, all honor belongs unto thee, and we humbly thank thee. And we all say, Toda Rabbah, Abi, Abi, Toda Rabbah. Thank you, Father, for hearing our prayers. All right, family. Let's see what we got. What we got. Carlin said every man needs a man or woman that won't abandon him. May the Most High be praised. You are the perfect example of patience and grace. Thank you for being patient with me. I know there are specific areas of my life where I need to develop more patience. I surrender those areas. May the Most High be praised. All right, Yom Teruah is 9/13. That is the predicted date, 9/13, September 13th. That is our predicted date for Yom Teruah. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right, are there any other questions, family? Any other comments? Are you going to turn this off from your computer? Are there any other questions or comments, anyone? Yo, shalom, my brother. Shabbat shalom, peace be unto you. May the Most High be with you. It's good to hear from you, my brother. Good to hear from you.
All right, I'll play a song.
Praying that all is well with the family.
Among the gods, there is none like unto thee, neither are there any works like unto thy works. All nations whom thou hast made shall come and worship before thee, O Lord, and shall glorify thy name, for thou art great and doest wondrous things. Teach me thy ways, O Lord, yes, I will walk in thy truth. Unite my heart to fear thy name. Oh, I will praise thee, O Lord, with all
Protect you all, bless you all, and strengthen you all. Shabbat Shalom Aleichem.
Beulah Land at Temple Kefar Yim.
This is for the people in the front and the back. We had a lot to do, you know you got on your plate.
We are Beulah Land at Temple Kefar Yim, a community, a school, a family of faith working to build something greater together. Our mission is simple but powerful: to restore, to teach, and to grow. Here at Beulah Land, we bring together the vision of Temple Kefar Yim with hands-on action.
Stop it, you got it, yeah, you got it.
Through our Goshen Hebrew Academy, we teach our children the Hebrew language, history, and principles that ground us in our faith. We celebrate Shabbat services and holy days with joy, keeping our culture and traditions alive for generations to come. Our work also reaches beyond the classroom. We focus on community growth, agriculture, training, and safety, building a place where families can learn, worship, and thrive. The name Beulah Land comes from scripture, representing covenant, renewal, and a people restored to their land and purpose. That is exactly what we are doing here, restoring faith, culture, and community life. But we can't do it alone. If our mission speaks to your heart, we invite you to support us. You can give through Cash App or PayPal at Build Yisrael, or learn more at www.GoshenHebrewAcademyTempleKefaryim.org. Feel free to contact us at BeulahLand@TempleKefaryim@gmail.com. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel and even become a member to stay connected and help spread our message of faith and restoration.
But it's kind of tough. It all could change up in a minute.